Are there any Polar Express passengers in need of refreshment?
Santa Claus and ho ho ho.
Where's the Tylenol? Welcome to the party, pal.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
Son of a nutcracker!
Papa Gijo.
I know you're an idiot, but don't be an idiot out loud.
Well, I guess we'll just leave this podcast then.
Welcome, everybody, to another episode of the Cheap Seat Critics Podcasts. We're doing Violent Night, because it's Christmas time. Happy holidays.
Ho, ho, ho.
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
It's Christmas for
Christmas
everybody,
time is here.
except for Europeans.
Jesus. Not Jesus of Nazareth, but you know. Anyways, I'm one of your hosts, Kiki Ryder.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks, and I'm going to let you know if, in this holiday spirit, you want to follow our good tidings of updates that we may have from time to time. We have many different socials. We got TikTok, we got Instagram, we got Facebook, we got YouTube, we got Rumble, all at Cheap Seat Critics. However, the Twitter is CRITIX. That's the handle over there. And we also have a LetterBox if you're interested in that as well.
All right. Violent Night is a fairly recent Christmas movie, but I suppose we should go down the line and get histories for it. Sinister, why don't you start if you got any?
Yeah, okay, I got a little bit. I remember when the inklings of this movie were happening, and because it was right around David Harbour like blew up. It was, it was like, oh, David Harbour. He was in like everything. I was like, oh, they're giving him a vehicle, and it's a Christmas movie. That's interesting. And I was just like, I heard it was like produced by the same people that did John Wick and everything, and so I was kind of, and it looked like the same type of movie, so I was like, John Wick Christmas movie, and it's not John Wick, it's David Harbour as Santa Claus. I'm like, didn't really pique my interest, but I was like, I could see that be entertaining, but I was like, meh. I like my National Lampoon, thank you very much for my Christmas stuff, but yeah, watched it and pleasantly surprised by a number of things. I'm not gonna say I enjoyed it more than I expected I would, but I was pleasantly surprised. I'll say that.
That's a fair one. Springs.
This came out last year of 2022 on one of my friend's birthdays. They didn't really show any interest in really going and see it, so I went, okay, so we didn't see it. And then I was going to watch it on my own, and I was then informed, I don't know if it was the pod or something, but it's like, oh, we might cover that later. And I went, fine, I guess I won't watch it. I'll save my first reaction next time. So I've waited a whole year to watch this movie. And I do agree with Sinister. It was kind of where David Harbour was blowing up with Stranger Things and Hellboy, and then this. So yeah, first time viewing for me.
That's fair. Crimson.
All right. One more thing about Red Guardian. How could you forget?
Oh yes, Black Widow. Sorry.
Yes, I got a little bit history of this.
Starring. It's a featured role.
Yeah, he was featured. Well, yeah, okay. My history. I've seen this once. I saw it last year, and I don't really remember what. Oh, yes, my dad was interested in watching it, so I watched it with him.
It's Papa.
And kind of similar to Sinister, where it met my expectations. But you don't know where my expectations were. Ooh. And then I watched it again for the podcast this year. Oh, 2 times.
And boy, was that a mistake. He was even lower than he was the first time. He should have just kept that original watch.
Yeah. I'll go through my history really quickly. I saw Violent Night, I think, in January of last year. It was I got it I caught it when it came to streaming. I don't remember exactly when it was. But it was I remember enjoying myself, and like everybody else, I think it met my expectations. Like I didn't expect it to like be some groundbreaking, film that changed the landscape of filmmaking for years to come. but it met my expectations, I think, at the time. And I saw those same issues then that I see now. Um, and I think this is my second time watching for specifically for the podcast. Um, but yeah, it's like everybody else. I have pretty much a very similar history with it, I suppose. And with that, I guess I can go to some facts for us here before we jump right in. Um, the logo on the catering company van is called Farkas and Dill after the bullies in A Christmas Story.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Nice.
Vargas the redhead.
Yeah. Uh, Morgan Steele, the actor in the film, is based off of Mark Wahlberg. Uh, like Wahlberg, the character stars in several films about military, and he says you could have stopped the hijackers on 9/11 when he was aboard a plane, a claim that Wahlberg made and apologized for.
Really? You said that?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
yeah. Um, and this is a idea that oh fuck, I had his name and now it's gone. Who's the main actor again?
David
David Harbour.
David Harbour, thank you. I'm really bad with names. Well, the audience should
Yeah,
be used to
it's all
that.
good.
Of Harbor Freight fame.
Yeah. But anyways, this is actually idea actually originated for David Harbour in high school. So this is a idea going way back for him. And mind you, all these fun facts are stuff that I found on the internet, so take them with a grain of salt. But that's pretty much all the fun facts that I have.
I have one.
I was
that
gonna throw it to
I
the
did.
floor.
Yeah, I did
go ahead.
just a little bit of tertiary research, and that I just looked up Wikipedia because I was curious. I didn't realize the same director, Tommy Wirkola, who I for a split second when I was reading it, I thought was Tommy Wiseau, and I was very, very confused. Because this was slightly more coherent than anything I've ever seen by him.
Yeah,
But yeah, Wirkola, he did. You'll enjoy this, Crimson. He did the Hansel and Gretel witch hunter movie.
That would explain some of the action scenes in this.
Yeah,
Definitely see some of that in there.
interesting. Yeah, I
yeah.
didn't know that.
I had no idea.
All right. If that's it for facts, gentlemen, I guess we'll jump right into the first act because we are doing an act structure audience, and it'll be popcorn per act. But I'll throw this to the floor. Does anyone want to volunteer to go first for Act 1, which is
I
the
feel like
beginning of the film to the panic room?
I feel like I know somebody in this group we have here who's just itching to go first on a Christmas movie.
So
I'm not
do
gonna say any
I.
names.
Go ahead,
I'm not gonna
Crimson.
say any names, but you got it.
Darn it, you both thought me? That's incredible. I love Christmas. It's my favorite holiday.
You've
Sure.
been voluntold, so go.
Yes. They did an amazing job setting up the Home Alone stuff towards the end here. I don't know, I'm all posh here.
Because you're like
There
making
was a
fun of
lot of
pretentious people.
Home Alone references here. Heavily inspired.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it might be too much. I think that's more in like a subjective realm, but I'm curious if you guys have any similar thoughts to that.
Yeah, it was a bit much from I have a weird thing where I kind of don't really like it when a movie really goes heavy referencing another pre-existing movie. I mean, one thing, if it's a sequel, I can understand that. Like that's fair because it's the events of the previous movie or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about like, boy, man, did you watch Night of the Living Dead? Oh yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's cheeky and it's fun, but like I feel like in this, it's just like, hey, remember that other movie you liked? Well, this is kind of like that movie.
Only much more brutal.
Yeah, only much more brutal and realistic, and there's actually swearing.
Yeah. I'm kind of in the middle on it. Because I don't think they over reference it too much. The Trudy is the one that's referencing it the most in the beginning of the film. Or she's the only one that's referencing it, I think, for the most
Yeah,
part.
yeah. She's
But
like, oh yeah,
I
I got
know
to see it.
I know in the
Watch it.
beginning is that it's just that she had just seen the movie recently, so she's kind of, you know, she's in that kid mode
Yeah.
of like, I just saw this really, really cool thing, so I'm gonna live this very cool thing for the next week or so kind of vibe is what I'm getting from her.
Actually, that's an interesting thing. Is she old enough to really enjoy Home? I'm not saying you have to be a certain age to enjoy Home Alone. I'm just thinking like current generation. Do people really like Home Alone as much as like be like, I just saw Home Alone. I don't know.
I don't
It's
think it's
I,
aged poorly or anything. I think it
yeah,
would
I
still
don't
be
know.
engaging for
Okay,
today's youth.
yeah,
that wasn't a problem I
considering-
had. I was just curious on the
yeah.
gallery. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. My bottom point for me is I actually don't really. I guess that it didn't bother me all that much because they didn't overdo it. Though there is, I guess, a discussion to be had around like, Home Alone's a fiction that took place in this particular universe where Santa Claus is real. Other than it's that, it's fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He is real in the other one too, isn't he?
Yeah. So Springs, if you got any
Wait,
additions to that.
I'm sorry. It's like if you're real as in Home Alone, Santa's real.
No, I was thinking of a different movie. Never mind.
No. I'm thinking no.
Yeah.
My point was that the Home Alone references didn't bother me, and I think my little thing there was a little note of just like it's strange that Home Alone's a fiction in this universe, and Santa Claus happens to be real in this universe.
Gotcha. I I'm kind of in agreement with Crimson. I think it was a little much because there are, as I saw, a lot of nods to other Christmas films, and Home Alone was kind of overplayed. I think they could have done things with others to kind of even out the references.
You know what? Well, not like they didn't like out and out say about it, but the plot was heavily referenced, and I'm sure everybody knows what I'm talking. It was a
Yeah,
little annoying.
I know which one you're talking
Yeah,
about.
it was not
I
annoying, but it was yeah. I mean,
those two, well, the two ones that are references being Home Alone, and I guess this is not really spoilers, but you're listening to this
Die Hard.
podcast, Die Hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those two are the main reference ones because this movie is kind of like encompassing a bit of both, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, the only thing they said of Die Hard was there's a DVD, and then the plot's just really one for like the first like half of the movie, basically,
Well,
and a lot of references to it.
Yeah, Scrooge references Die Hard as well, but just more indirectly. Like he doesn't
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
say
not
the
yeah.
name.
I think they knew what they were.
Yeah, you got the
They
whole
knew what they were
walkie-talkie
doing.
scene. It's
You got the whole
Yeah.
walkie-talkie scene. You got the glass without shoes. You got I mean, a bunch of stuff. There's the healing section in the middle. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's a one for like the first half, and then it's kind of switches up near the end.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess the references didn't bother me, but I understand why it would bother other people. So I'm still indifferent towards it, but fair
yeah,
enough.
it takes out a little bit of originality.
Yeah.
If it's just being
Um,
reused.
My other slight issue, because I didn't really know anything. I saw the trailers and everything, or I didn't watch the trailers. Never mind trailers, but I heard about it and I kind of thought I had an idea of what the movie was sort of the setup, anyways. Just Killer Santa or Badass Santa Claus or whatever.
Mhm.
I was a little miffed, or that it was the real Santa Claus and not just like a mall Santa or something. That I never really thought of it that way, and then seeing it, I didn't really like it.
Interesting. I guess. Well, that's a much bigger topic. We could probably.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Yeah,
not. Yeah,
we could. That's probably something we'll have to discuss throughout.
yeah. I was just setting it up before I forgot, because I was like, yeah, I didn't really like that it was real Santa Claus.
Yeah. I guess because it is real Santa Claus, I'll go to a point that I liked in the opening here. I actually really like the opening scene with our real Santa Claus. It's a very, very. It characterizes this real Santa Claus in a very particular way. Like he's
Yeah.
kind of on the down low, kind of feels like his job is not working out in that way, and it's a very just like it's a very blue collar human moment that he shares with the bartender and the other the actual mall Santa, that I quite enjoyed, and I think I enjoyed some of the humor here as well because it was very contextual and stuff like that.
Probably one of my two favorite scenes.
Yeah,
Kids don't care about anything anymore. Once they open a gift for a minute, they want the next.
You know, I was immediately struck that it sounded a lot like something that Crimson would say if we were talking about it.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought it was a very, very strong opening scene, particularly for this Santa Claus. So it gives us right in, it pulls us right into his state of mind, which was, because that's what the film is about. It's about his state of mind almost in dealing with that.
Yeah, I think my only issue with it is that I kind of wish there was a little bit more scenes kind of like that, not just like in the subject matter, but in like that level of kind of conversation.
Yeah,
I feel like there's very few of those throughout the rest.
it lends to the fact that I think the strongest relationship in this film is probably Trudy and Santa Claus.
Which I guess that makes sense. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
like
kind of
because which makes sense, but like when you're saying that you wish you had more, like the closest we get to getting more is Trudy and Santa. I think going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's it for that point for me. Do you have one, Springs? Or do you want to piggyback off of mine?
No, I just the lady couldn't believe he was Santa. The bartender, like, how do you know my grandson? It's
I feel like that'd be
crazy. He's going to
a
the
bigger
roof.
thing.
So I can see the roof of being more like he's sad and a bit lost in his purpose. So going to a roof of possibly falling off a roof, it could be more of a concern than, hey, how do you know my grandson? But it seemed
I'm
it didn't
confused
really.
the point you're making.
Yeah, I'm confused as well.
With
Sorry.
how sad and sorrowful he sounded to the mall Santa and everything, it sounded more like going to the roof was like a suicide attempt, but that wasn't the concern of the bartender. It was, how do you know my grandson?
Well, yeah, but then she was like, "Hey, don't go up on the roof because you're gonna
One
break your neck
concern
and I'm gonna be in
transition.
trouble."
Yeah, one concern transitions to the next. When she sees him go to the roof, that takes concern over him knowing who her grandson was, because she
I
still
will
works
admit,
there. Yeah.
It's like,
I
get
will
out
admit,
loud on the roof, grunts,
yeah,
and goes up. It's not like she's like, hey, why do you know my grandson? And she chases after him. That's not the events that that happened. She didn't hunt him down to find out why he knows the grandson.
I would, because that would have freaked me out. If some bar hopping, Secret Santa or whatever was knew my grandson and what he wanted for Christmas.
I guess my part in the whole bar sequence is it was a bit naughty of Santa to throw up on her. You know?
He wasn't trying to throw up on her.
Yeah, did he actually aim?
No, I don't
No,
think he aimed.
I
But
don't think he expected her to go up on the roof.
I mean, what are the odds though that it would hit her then if he didn't aim? Could have leaned out the other side. Could have vomited earlier, later. Just
It's
perfectly on her.
It's all for the joke, Crimson. Come on.
I know why it's. I'm
I
just
know
saying,
why it's
pretty naughty.
Did you do the math of ruling the odds? The speed of the
Oh
reindeer
no
to the
no no!
trajectory
That's
of the
incalculable.
roof to the sleigh, and
We are
There's too many variables to calculate.
we are not doing any more math in this podcast unless somebody can make it
There's how
really
much
digestible.
Santa himself can hold back a vomit, which we can't calculate. Some people
Yeah.
can hold them in longer than others.
Although I will admit, if we did some puking math, that would be
That's
interesting.
intriguing.
But that would be passable, okay? But it's also impossible. So many factors, so many unknowable factors too. Like how, because that was that was like dog food pellets. I don't know what the heck he was eating.
I was gonna say, what was he eating? It
bar
looked like
food,
corn or something. I don't know what that was.
peanuts.
It didn't look like peanuts. It didn't look like candy canes either.
No.
Should have been
Or
candy
cookies.
canes and cookies.
Someone fed
See,
him some
now
really
that
bad cookies. Yeah.
I don't see. That's like the thing. Yeah, I feel like that would have been a good little moment to do like it's like some like I don't know, like little Debbie's or something. I don't know. It was just like
Um,
chunky weird stuff.
maybe. They could have definitely done something more with it. Though I never took it past the this is
No,
clearly
I mean,
joke.
I know it's a shallow joke, but it would have been cool.
What helped me in this beginning scene, just like a factor to put in, is that he's a whole world Santa. Because he's starting in England and then he goes to Connecticut. So He's a Santa that gives gifts around the entire world, and it's not like some story or version of like I'm the U.S. Santa. There's that Santa and this Santa, and there's like different districts. It's like that. That's not existent. Um, it's just him, one man around the world. So that's something kind of already established.
Yeah, I
Out of
think a lot of.
curiosity,
Sorry, go on.
out of curiosity, Springs, what movie has a district Santa thing?
It's not a district thing, but I can't remember. I thought there was one where it's like Santa needs help and asks like his family and friends, and then they all take like separate things to deliver gifts. It kind of is a little in Rise of the Guardians, but that's different, and I don't think that's what I'm thinking of.
I think you're just thinking of Rare Exports.
Is it Rare Export?
I don't think it was rare.
Well, it
Santa's a bit
kind.
different
I mean,
in that.
I don't know the
yeah,
name of
he's a
what.
bit different.
I don't know what the name of you're talking about, Springs, but I think you're right. I am that
I'm-
whatever you the example we said that Santa like asking his family to help him go around the world. It definitely sparked something in my memory bank.
Yeah,
I just have no idea.
I don't think it's Arthur Christmas. I can't remember which one it
No,
is.
well, that's like multiple Santas doing
Not
multiple
Fred
jobs,
Claus.
but
Well,
not
it's Santa and his sons, and they're like trying to prove. Yeah.
that's Arthur Christmas. Yeah, I don't know of any. I mean, then there's like the Prep and Landing, where technically the elves actually do all the gift giving, and not Santa. I don't know. I don't
You know
know.
what? Let us know down in the comments if you know what we're talking about. Whatever that Christmas
Yeah.
movie is.
That's fair.
Or if you know another thing with district Santas.
Hmm.
That's-
Maybe you're
I like
just
that
thinking of
idea,
Jan
but I haven't seen
Michael.
anything like that.
I think you're just thinking of Jan Michael Vincent in the sectors, and
I don't think
give
that's
me
it.
god dang Jan Michael Vincent. Combining it with Santa.
Kind of continuing through this opening act. I actually really like the. It's a little bit cheesy, but it's set up pretty early in this opening act that. Oh my god, names. I know I wrote it down. Give me a sec. Jason, the dad. He's acting differently than normal, and that's because that's because he's planning to break away from his mom and try to reconnect with Linda and his daughter. And I do think they do a good job of like other characters reacting to him being different. So like we get the sense that something's off, even though we're just getting to know Jason.
What are you doing back there? Nothing.
No, I'm not doing anything. That's not like you at all.
What I didn't like
And
is
then-
how
I,
stern the mom was. It's Christmas.
What?
Lighten up.
I think.
He did have a stick up the bum for Christmas. That's true.
Yeah, I don't know. That kind of fits with a lot of somewhat rich people that I've.
I think the whole
She
family.
said something snarky in the car in front of the
Oh,
daughter,
the mom.
Yeah.
Oh, the mom. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jason's
I thought you
doing
were
the whole
talking about
Christmas
not
thing
the grand,
for
not
Trudy,
Gertrude.
not
Yeah.
for her.
I guess there's two moms.
Yeah.
Not Gertrude.
Well, three moms.
Linda.
Sorry,
technically.
Jason.
Gertrude I just refer to as grandma.
Rudy.
Jason's wife.
Jason. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know if in the car so much. It's one thing. It was later on where she's like berating him about not taking Trudy to see Santa Claus, and she forgot too. So it doesn't really seem like worth the chew out.
Yeah, I think the only that scene right there, I think it was, at least for me, that was Linda's worst scene, or one of them, in that sense of like that's where it just kind of felt a little too much, like she was blaming him for not taking their daughter to the mall, and I'm like, you're clearly having relationship issues, so I don't know what you. It's one of those things where it's just like I think she just had too much expectation, given their situation and their situationship.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the only time that I think was disinclined towards Linda, because I think for the most part she's kind of like in the audience here in the beginning. Like we're getting caught up on the family gossip while learning about the family through Linda, because Linda's been away for at least some period of time.
Yes, and this family has plenty of drama to share.
I love I love his Jason's sister, mostly because I saw her in Righteous Gemstones, and she's basically the same, except I think she's more of an alcoholic in this one.
That's fair.
I figured you'd like her.
Yeah, I like her. She's funny. Not as I don't like her as much as I like her in Righteous Gemstones, but it is weird that like their name's Lightstone and she's in a show called Gemstones and she's kind of the same. I don't know. Maybe a little bit of stunt casting, typecasting. Who knows? Yeah, I like her.
Yeah. Uh, Springs, you got a point?
When they arrive to the house, Al confirms that the day is Christmas Eve itself.
That's true. Yeah.
That's good to know.
And it's kind of a neat detail that it's different. Like, it's nighttime where Santa Claus is, and it's still daytime where they are at because, different side of the world.
True.
It was a nice little detail.
What's the UK? What's the time difference?
From the East
5
Coast
hours?
to the West Coast of the United States.
Well, okay. Well, they're in Connecticut. So what
Is
what
it
time are
Central
they
Time?
at? Or
Or is that
It-
Eastern
Yeah.
Time?
It's like 8 hours or so,
Yeah,
right?
I think it'd be an
Okay.
8-hour difference. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't check it because I was like it didn't bother me that much, but I was like, I wonder if because they have the UK thing first, and I was like, I wonder if it's still if that works or not. But okay, that still fits. 8 hour
Something I've
difference.
learned watching this: Santa has a lot of free time every Christmas because he used a lot of time up at this mansion.
Hmm.
Assuming he actually finished delivering
I
presents that night.
picked that up as well. Yeah. And I don't know if that's the unknown Christmas magic.
Yeah, they use that line a lot. We should have had that in the beginning.
It's true. They definitely use that line a lot. I do like I guess the visuals that go with it though. Like, the up and down the chimney.
Yeah,
Um, and we kind of get to see more characterization for Santa here in the beginning as well, with like, him being able to taste the difference between store-bought cookies and like skim milk and stuff like that. And it kind of helps to lay the groundwork to how much you ends up liking Trudy's cookies, because Trudy's cookies are homemade. And
And
Yeah, the
then
skim
he
milk
shoves them in his
joke. Well,
pocket.
not the skim milk joke, but the one before it, where he tastes the milk and doesn't like it. I didn't know if that was the Santa Claus reference to having.
Scott Calvin.
Yeah, thank you, Scott Calvin. The lactose intolerant joke.
oh, he's the Cranks. Remember, he's Crank.
Yeah, it's Luther.
Well, that's Tim Allen.
It could be, could not be. Hard to say. Certainly possible with all the other Christmas references.
I feel like that. Yeah, it's just a smorgasbord of every Christmas movie being sent up in one way or another.
I do
I
like.
mean, they have
They're good.
Beverly D'Angelo in this. Come on, she's the mom from National Lampoon, so
They're
they knew what
getting
they
the
were doing.
references in. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like the modern kind of dystopian look that it gives to Santa of stockings full of cash and trees lined with Amazon packages.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to think about that in a reality, but like, if Santa was real, he would be really annoyed with that. So
But
it's
honestly, who doesn't at least wrap the Amazon boxes?
Yeah, that's true.
honestly, I've seen people not wrap them.
yeah.
So I guess it depends on how into the family that those particular people are.
How much Christmas
know.
spirit they have.
Yeah, because I have
They have
I know
enough to
people.
decorate the house.
Yeah, like I know people who don't wrap the boxes, but who will decorate the house. Like it's very weird but it's just one of those things that they happen and then also Amazon has their own like gift wrapping bag service or whatever. It's not really gift wrapping, but they just put their boxes in fancy bags.
That's true.
Um,
I don't know why I found it humorous of the catering company of the guys to say it's lengthwise, not width, to candy cane.
yeah, that
And
that
then
made
the
me
side
smirk.
eye of Krampus, that immediately kicked my brain of like, oh, these are already infiltrated goons.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I thought that was a good idea for that. It was a little note because we get a tour of the house from one of the goons' perspectives. He's walking through. We kind of follow him in. He makes a left, and we go into that room, the living room, and we have that scene. I think it's probably my favorite cinematography sequence in the whole film, just because I like those long tracking shots of people through the house and stuff like that.
It's a good one.
I think so.
I think
Yeah,
I
it's a
also
good
said
tracking
you guys are the
shot.
worst catering.
Shows a lot of characters. It's also establishing the environment of the house. Covers a lot of ground.
Yeah, and yeah, as you say, Springs. I had the same feeling when I first watched this. I'm like, oh, the goons are already in here. That's cool.
Um,
Mhm.
I don't know if I guess I can touch on this a little now. They go through a roll call of like all the goons. Some of them I don't know where they wound up by the end of the film.
Yeah. The only one that I lost track of was the vault, the one who was in charge of hacking into the vault. I have no
Yeah,
idea.
she kind of disappeared. Yeah,
Sugar
she
Plum.
just disappeared.
Sugar
Yeah,
Plum.
she
She just up and vanished. Everyone else I think died.
Okay, I don't know what happened to Peppermint.
The black guy, I think that's Peppermint, right?
Yeah, the tall one with
Yeah,
the red suspenders.
Santa like kicked him or something when on when he got or went somewhere or like around like not the bobsled, um, the snowmobiles. You know,
Yeah.
seeing
Oh,
He
I
was the one
think
that got kicked off the
yeah, yeah,
bobsled.
yeah. Pretty sure that
I-
was him.
Yeah, I think Sugar Plum is the only one that I lost track of. Like I think
Yeah.
she just up and disappeared. Everyone else I think is accounted for the most part.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's a fair point to bring up.
it was Jingle,
Um,
Peppermint, Sugar Plum, Krampus, Candy Cane, Frosty, Tinsel, Gingerbread, and Mr. Scrooge.
Yeah, I have a note for Candy Cane when in her first fight scene with I guess the three guys trying to run from her in the hallway. Because that's before the panic room. So there's a moment where her boots like are on either side of someone's head, and then the camera cuts away to where her
Yeah, and
boots are on either side of her hip, so
yeah.
she gets stabbed down on him. There's that was for me was I think the first major like filmmaking continuity error, because I think there's quite a few of those that litter the film.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think that was the most egregious one.
Anything with a lot of cuts and action sequences is probably going to have a lot of continuity problems.
Well, it's really weird how they screwed that one up because there was obviously a direction with that. It wasn't.
That was the most. That's
weird.
what was the worst one because it was very
Well,
obvious with the direction they were going with that one.
I think they were gonna go for a comedic thing where he like looked up her thing or whatever, and like they reshot it or something when they figured out that I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
I think there was something where they were gonna do something with it, and then it didn't work, and then they reshot it, or there's any number of things I'm sure, but
Yeah, it just led to small continuity
Yeah.
error. So
yeah. It's missable if you're not really paying attention, but I wasn't really paying attention. I still saw it, so who knows?
yeah. What did you guys think of Jason's last minute attempt at getting the walkie-talkie for Trudy?
I thought it was cute.
Good dad, right there. Yeah, good dad.
I couldn't tell if he went in there looking for the walkie-talkie or he was just looking for something in there and found it and was like, "Thank God I found something."
No, it was. I think he was specifically looking for the walkie-talkie.
Yeah,
because the message of it, because of the message of it at the end of like you can talk to Santa. I'm like, okay, well that anything else you wouldn't really be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean the wall was lined with board games, and he's not taking them out to look at pieces. Like he's specifically looking around for one thing.
I don't know why you'd have to open the boxes. You'd know what would be in the board games.
Well, I mean, he's not like lining the shelves of the board games. He goes like to the ground, looks around.
Yeah, I think biggest thing for me was just the immense relief he felt on his face when he found it. Like he remembers it like as his own childhood toy, and so he's giving it away. That's kind of how I interpreted that. Yeah, I'm also in the camp of I thought that was cute. It made up for his missing out on taking her to the mall. Like I think that was the point of it. Obviously, I was a little annoyed with Linda in that scene because she was just annoyed with playing along.
Yeah.
Look, I can tell she's mad at Jason. That doesn't give a reason to be bitter around Trudy on Christmas Eve.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I know we're still in the first act, but I will say Linda annoyed me through a lot of this movie.
Yeah, I think having rewatched it, Linda's probably one of my she unfortunately, I know we're supposed to like her, but she kind of just feels like another member of the family to me, and I don't like this family outside of Jason and Trudy, which is unfortunately sad to say. But I obviously think that's part of the intent as well behind it. Like I
Also,
suppose.
this
Go on.
no, this is no. You can finish because this doesn't really have anything to do with.
No, I'm mostly done. So I
Okay,
don't
okay,
have,
okay.
Take it away, sir.
Okay. I was gonna say I kept feeling like Jason, the actor who plays Jason. I don't know who he is because I've never seen him in anything else. But it almost felt like they wanted to cast Bill Hader because he looks a little bit like Bill Hader. And I couldn't get out of my head. I was like, I kind of would like to see Bill Hader play that. I think it would fit. I think he would do a pretty good job. But they can only have one big name in it, and they got Beverly D'Angelo, so.
Yeah, they got David Harbour too.
That was my joke. Yeah, but for my money, Beverly D'Angelo pulls a little bit more weight than David Harbour. I'm sorry to say, but
That's probably
that's
true.
fine. I mean, coming from John Wick itself, being present in that.
yeah.
You guys think Linda and Jason were supposed to be likable?
Jason,
yes.
Linda, I think
she's supposed to be
was.
flawed but likable. I think Linda is supposed to be likable, and they just failed.
I think Jason is kind of like because my thinking. So I kind of predicted a couple of the major beats of the movie in like the first like 20-30 minutes because it's kind of so formulaic to a certain type of movies that like okay, somehow or another Jason is going to be involved in something like suspect in this. I don't know if it's going to be like the whole robbery thing or what, but so I think you're supposed to find him likable, but he's going to have an air of like I don't know if I want to go all in on this guy or not. I don't know. Linda, I think is supposed to just be like you're supposed to have her like the relation of like oh Jason is groveling to his family all the time because they're rich and he needs the financial security or whatever. I will say another thing I found wasn't a huge problem, but you don't really figure out what the company is. It's just a company. There's some like military or governmental stuff involved, but otherwise it's not really clear what it is.
Trudy's like the family
Yeah,
company.
the family company. It's just like which is pretty standard for any kind of just whatever action movie of just like it's a company that does stuff, and you should. So I'm not. That's
You
not a
get
big
little
problem for me.
hints, but nothing.
I'm like I know it's governmental or they do like some contracting or something, but I would have kind of like just something just a little bit more concrete of like it's Drive Incorporated or whatever. Just something that was irking me just slightly, but not a
Because
huge issue.
Jimmy explains what the money should have done, and then Gertrude's on the phone with the senator. So it's like a little
It feels
bit.
like
But I don't see that's the thing. It would be like a military contract thing, but they wouldn't. I mean, granted, none of it's even he goes in to say that the $300 million is not legally. You shouldn't have it. But
my guess would be they're a banking company of some sort or an insurance company of some sort because there's lots of
Probably.
things you can do with money in both of those fields. So I'm leaning more towards insurance, but that's mostly because I saw what is that comedy you showed me, Crimson? I'm not good at names today.
not a good name.
Leverage?
No, it was on
Because
Netflix.
Leverage talks about this exact 300 million missing thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Arrested Development.
Yeah, I think it was
that
Arrested
comedy?
Development. Yeah, because
Arrested-
Arrested Development was they were an insurance company and they.
No, they're real estate.
Oh right. He owns a bunch of properties in the Middle East or something like that. That was
Yeah, he agreed. Yeah, and then never did it. And just took the money.
Yeah. But
so
yeah,
I mean, there's like stuff.
Yeah. So I was gonna say the 300 million stuff is actually is a story plot point that comes up a lot because it was true. I think.
Yeah. I like it's fine and everything, and I'm not it's not like I need to have but it feels like a quick thing of just something because I don't really understand what the like. Do you want to be the head of that company? Like, how nefarious is this company? How much are we supposed to be rooting for this family or whatever? It would kind of be a little bit more of.
Yeah. It would have been
clue.
it would have been interesting to get it in. It would have been nice to have a throwaway line just confirming what the company was.
Yeah, I don't even need it. Yeah, I don't need like a whole like, oh, they produce such and such things, and they are, whatever. I just need like a, quick thing of like, oh yeah, the company is going to be moving stocks and whatever.
Yeah, I think the place to insert it would be when Alva's fighting, quote unquote, fighting with Jason over the bar next to Candy Cane. Candy Cane?
Yeah.
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 And like, so like, what would a Lightstone Christmas be without infighting and groveling? I think that would have been the place to interject it, because she says that she thinks that one of them is getting the keys to the company this year.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think that would have
Like
been
it.
my choice to inject the line, is somewhere right
Yeah.
there. But
Yeah.
yeah,
As it stands, like in the finished product, it just kind of seems to me like a sitcom thing of like they work at a place and it does stuff. Like, it's just the company.
it would have definitely added a facet to the world building. Obviously, I don't think it's necessarily needed for what the story they're telling
No,
is.
yeah, no, I
But
mean, like, yeah, the
it
point
would
of
have
the
been a
story
nice
isn't,
bow on the
yeah,
world building for sure.
yeah, because the point of the story isn't what does Lightstone do, it's just what they have or whatever, but, and then, like, it would have maybe made, like, the comment that, Jason's mom makes later on about getting the company away from her father or whatever, from, of like, oh, you know, is it a job specifically that you wouldn't normally find a woman doing or something, or if it like, depending on how assholeish or jerky he was of like, something. I don't know. Give more credence to it, I guess.
Yeah, I have. I guess I got one more small note before I throw this out to the rest of you. Um, I like the. I think her name is Ava or Alva. Um, I wrote both down, but Jason's sister.
Hmm.
I like the that when Trudy goes up to hug Grandma, like she curses, like calls the little girl a bitch, and I think that says like a lot to her state of mind as to how she feels towards
Uh,
like how, I guess, tense the family relationship is, I suppose.
Yeah, she sees
I
it
feel
as
like
like
everything.
Trudy is like a easier get to Grandma's heart used by Jason kind of thing.
Yeah. Which might have been true in previous Christmases, but obviously we don't actually see Jason like that at all here because he's different.
He's a changed man.
He's a
Yeah,
changed
he just
man.
sits
He's a
in the
thief
back,
now.
He's a new man.
and
He's
then they think
mostly a
it's
thief.
a strategic move to be in the back.
Yeah,
What do you know?
it's crazy to think about. It's like, I mean, like it says a lot about the history of the family too. That whole scene with like, what is a Lightstone Christmas without infighting and groveling? It's a
That's
lot of
just real,
history.
dog.
Yeah,
That's just real, dude.
yeah. So I guess, does anyone have anything else for Act One?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Go
Because
ahead.
Yeah,
I'm.
go ahead.
I'll go. Okay.
Do it.
This
Do it.
is where Al goes away, right?
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. Al
Yeah.
goes away in Act One. Yeah,
Al goes away. Uh, Another one of those camera continuity errors.
Yep.
oh
He
yeah,
turns.
yeah,
He turns to the phone or whatever, and then we cut to him getting shot in the face where he's facing Scrooge, which
yeah,
wasn't what was portrayed.
yeah. There was
Also, poor Al.
poor Al, and I think the way that I think it was cut so weird that Scrooge pulled out his gun in a different way. Like I don't remember.
Yeah.
There was something about specifically Scrooge that was also not, that was in continuity. There was a continuity error as well there.
Possibly. I definitely
Yeah.
caught the head turn thing. And I also don't know if Al's another reference to Die Hard.
Um, could be.
Could be.
Like I said,
I mean, yeah.
they reference Die Hard and Home Alone a lot because it's what it's going for.
Yeah.
As far as action comedy movies, those are probably the two biggest ones. And Christmas themed, anyways.
Yeah. All right. Springs, you said you had something?
Yeah, Santa makes a lot of noise when he gets to the Lightstone house by like going through drinks and activating the chair and just kind of talking to himself. I don't know if he has like a magic noise suppression around him, or he actually just makes a lot of noise. Because I
He
feel like that would
wears
get him caught.
sneakers.
He does not wear sneakers.
No.
He
He
wears
is not sneakers or
boots
tool.
that are very slippery.
I think it's because he knows the house is super big. I don't think he's as worried.
Yeah,
'cause
he could
at
have
least-
some silent magic because he goes into millions of houses, right? And no one ever catches him. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
especially not drunk fathers who leave their babies
You
unattended.
got Cole.
Yeah, that part amused me, but also, you know what? It characterizes Santa even more. I still like that.
Also, a little detail that, first time viewing, so I didn't catch until I thought about it and went back. The design of Santa's sleigh is very fitting.
from his
It's a
origin
Nordic boat.
stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love all. I don't think we don't talk about it till next act, I think, but
Yeah, the Viking stuff.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, anyone got anything else, or we'll move on to Act 2? I don't want to cut anyone off here, so.
They're really like spray like just like kill anybody in this first part, and then for whatever reason, the rest of it they're more hesitant of shooting anybody.
A couple times where
Yeah,
I
Oh, yeah.
thing.
The Krampus scene later. Ooh.
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was weird that yeah, I agree. There was I don't remember what scene exactly. I'll probably reach it in my notes, but there was a scene where like they were just killing people randomly, and then it was like that someone didn't hear the gunshots at all in the house, and they reacted in that manner.
That happens a
Yeah.
lot. A lot of selective hearing.
Yeah, there's a lot of selective hearing in this film.
It's an action movie.
Yeah.
Scrooge also says, "Go upstairs and kill anyone you see," and
Yeah.
then that's where Jason, Linda, and the girl
Yes.
whose name I'm
Rudy.
forgetting.
Yes.
No,
They
no,
might
no.
have-
The scene like okay, their family or whatever, and I'm sure he probably knows their family. No, it's where the guy finds Santa Claus and he doesn't shoot him.
That was the
Oh,
second part I
tinsel?
was going to
Yeah.
tack on to that.
Yeah, and he's just
Oh.
like, "Come with me."
No, I thought there was a line of like round up all the light stones. So I'm guessing they had like a briefing of like this is the family, so everyone knows what the family looks like.
Yeah, even if they hadn't given the line because Jason's like directly related to Gertrude, I think they would have held him hostage anyway with the big family.
Yeah, I was going to bring up that and then the Santa part, which Sinister said, which he should have just been shot on sight.
Yeah,
Obviously, was not a family member.
obviously wasn't a family member, and no one heard the gunshots except for the reindeer.
I mean, even Santa, when they first went off, it woke him up.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. So yeah, I do view that as a bit of a problem. So.
I like there was a nice drinking transition of Santa in the chair drinking, and then it cuts to the security guard looking at the cameras.
Yeah, like I said, he's about to go into the. Oh yeah, when
Both their hands
the
are the
heist is about to
same
start.
for drinking.
Yeah.
Also, really, Bjorn doing the Boxing Day joke.
My
Boxing
favorite
Day.
holiday, Boxing Day.
Boxing Day.
That was a meaty punch. That was
Yeah.
a
Oh,
solid
yeah.
one.
That's true. I forgot about this, but when Santa steps on some reindeer poo, he's like Rudolph would never do this shit or never do this crap. I thought that was funny.
Yeah,
Which brings the question: where's Rudolph?
Yeah, well, yeah. I was gonna say, where's Rudolph? Why is Rudolph
his
not
nose wasn't
available?
working that year.
No, yeah.
I mean,
None of them believed.
He needed a replacement bulb.
You can't do
No,
the line at the end of the movie with Rudolph.
Or because technically Rudolph is a Western creation. It's not from the actual source material. So maybe he was making a referential joke of like Rudolph would never have done any of this shit or something. So he doesn't actually have a Rudolph, but he's aware of the cultural.
Of the
That's
stories.
that
But he
would be
doesn't
true.
know. He doesn't know
Had
what
a gun.
Home Alone is.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he refers to guns as gizmos. There's some yeah. Ooh, I can
Gaps in
speak.
knowledge.
Yeah, there's some weird gaps in knowledge that he has. Like, he knows how to work a snowmobile, but doesn't know what a gun is.
He doesn't know if
He knows what a video
walkie-talkie
game
can
is.
dial 911.
Yeah. and he doesn't know. He calls them. I mean, he could just be referring to them gizmos because he just doesn't like guns, which is fine.
That's
But it
how
seems
I
like he
read
does.
it.
But it seems like he doesn't know how to use them at all, or what they
Well, yeah,
are
because
at
he
all.
gives it. Yeah, he's like, anybody know how to use this?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of like, I mean, it's hard to pick up a gun and use it properly for sure, but there's a little bit of like, it's almost to the point of like being a continuity error for me with regard to that specific facet of like how his modern knowledge works.
We don't
Um,
actually have a set day. Something it never shows is when he became Santa, but we know he's been married to Mrs. Claus for over like 1100 years.
yeah,
Well, if he's a Viking,
He said 100
then
years, didn't he?
No,
said
eleven
Said he was
hundred.
married for.
Yeah,
That was 1100.
1100. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm like,
It
within
feels
that
like-
span, he just didn't evolve or adapt. Or I mean, toys have changed. He knows video games.
yeah. He would know what guns are because we had at that point up to this point there were centuries where guns were used. So
How many little-
he would
Yeah,
know what
kids
they
would
are.
ask.
How many little
Yeah.
cowboy kids wanted a Smith and Wesson for Christmas?
Yes.
But
Yeah. Just shoot your eye out. It's it's one of those things that I definitely it's close to continuity error for me. Although I find the joke funny because he legit might not just like them, but I don't think they played that up. Because I mean, all you'd have to do is have him grab a gun and say "so uncivilized," pretty much.
yeah, something like that.
Muggle
I don't.
Wed.
give it the
Muggle Wed.
give it the
I-
Kenobi rat a little bit.
Yeah, I don't. I know what they're trying to do is they're trying to, because if you just pick up a gun or whatever, the movie would last like half as long as it, actually does probably. Or we would have a lot less tension than it does just having him only be able to use like hand to hand or melee weapons or something.
Or
Yeah,
hammer to
but-
skull.
Yeah, but what's a melee weapon? So I get why they're doing it, but it's like, he would know. He would know what a gun is because there's definitely somebody's asked for a gun or in the history of time before it was like considered improper to give a kid a gun or whatever. So
Has
it's not
Santa
out
never
of the
given a
realm.
kid Nerf?
That's not a
Or
gun.
nothing.
Gun.
Did he give him Nerf or nothing?
Da-da-da. Give him Nerf or nothing. But I don't know.
Gave
Yeah,
him-
it's a fun idea, but in like a 2-hour movie, it gets stretched real thin, real fast.
Yeah. So I would have just liked some clarification on that because I can write off most of the other world building because obviously we're working with a softcore magic system here.
Yeah, I'm sure that will be the last time we bring up magic.
Yeah, it'll come up again. So like I think that his knowledge with regards to the world is something that actually we needed explained because of how unexplained his magic is. Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, and the magic
Um,
fails him, which brings up like, is it a
Yeah.
entity on its own and can choose itself?
I read it as the freaking Santa Claus thing of it's powered by belief, and if there's not enough people who believe nearby, it doesn't work. But that only goes so far, really.
That
yeah,
that could help
that's
because
kind
of
of
the ending.
that's kind of where I'm at, mostly because when he's trying to teleport out, he just says a bunch of Christmas words randomly, and he doesn't work because he realizes that everyone else is too busy doing something else to focus on believing in Santa Claus right now. That's kind of how I understand the magic system works because that's how the end is put at the end, and that's kind of what's portrayed in the scene.
You know what? With that being said, I think that does also help a scene later of him using it, because Bjorn or I guess Gingerbread and Candy King.
Yeah, because at that point they're terrified that he's real.
I mean, they were able to use his sack before believing in him.
Well, do
Well,
we
sack
ever
is a
see the
physical
sack
object.
not working?
Yeah.
No,
No, we
it
don't.
only
I think
works-
the sack is it's a separate magic entity.
It gets tricky if you start excluding magic.
Well, because he has an extra sack. How would he have an extra sack if only one of them was actually magic, though?
It'd be like fuck it. It's just me writing magic for them. I'm not gonna write it. Ignore what I said. It's all yours.
Don't
Take
do
it
it.
away.
Don't do it.
It's
Yeah,
been
don't
ignored.
don't Don't
Yeah,
don't
no. I'm like I said. Explain what you want. Whatever I was going to come up with is, I would have
purely made
nothing.
by purely made by writer.
Purely made by me, OC writing. So no, let's just ignore what I was going to say.
But I
Again,
kind of agree that the magic with a proximity, but then you realize Santa flies miles in the sky, far from any people. So obviously, the proximity magic doesn't work in that regards.
the
Wait, you
I'll
saying the
I'll give
reindeer
him this.
magic?
That's a whole other
Yeah,
thing.
they kind of have to be magic. Yeah.
I was gonna say they. I think I'm not gonna say this was a good thing. I'm not gonna give any potential writers out there a break, but I have a feeling they probably hedged their bets and were like, okay, if we do this, the magic's not gonna make any sense, bar none. It's not gonna make any sense. We can explain it. It'll still have problems. Let's just not do it and just get through the movie and it'll be fine. And unless somebody's really, really, really review like
Yeah.
nobody's gonna really mind too much. But so I think they did the best choice out of the many they had of just okay, let's just go through it, have it make at least somewhat theoretical sense of how it would work with just like maybe belief based, maybe this, maybe that.
It's
But
mostly visually consistent.
yeah, yeah,
The
it's
exception
visually
being the
consistent.
reindeer and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think
But
it's yeah. Because if they went through like because once you start like explaining it, then you leave yourself open to going overboard or going the opposite way, or having two things don't actually mix together or whatever. So as long as it's not the best, like it's not the best way, but it's the simplest way of just doing it. Is just don't explain it, don't try to get bogged down in it, because you're gonna make rules that you're gonna probably break or bend at some point if you
yeah,
start
the writers
setting
definitely
it up.
made a shortcut with it.
Yeah, because I don't think you can do it well. We've talked about it several times. You can do it well, and it can make sense and everything. I'm not saying it can never make sense. That's not at all. But it's a lot of work, and I'm sure for a movie like this, it's not really the main. It's not what their main focus is on of making it make sense. So
Well,
it plays a big part,
I
but
feel like
it's
it's
not.
kind of too much of an out because even if you have no rules at all, then that leaves everything up to interpretation. We have no idea why his magic doesn't work. It could be because there's not enough believers around him. It could be the freaking skim milk. We don't know what
Yeah,
causes the
yeah,
magic
but
issue, which
see
I think causes
then
a bigger issue than if they
no,
gave a
because
reason of why his magic didn't work.
no, because then they rely instead on context clues. So we all watched it, and we all came up with our own kind of interpretation of maybe why his magic didn't work in that specific moment. Which I'll grant you, it's an out, and it's a lazy out, but it's still it didn't like break the movie in the sense. And if they had made up rules or something, they would have opened themselves more to the possibility of having like that moment breaking scene or something. So by them not explaining it, they opened themselves on one end, but by explaining it, they would have also. Plus, I'm sure, and I'm again not giving them an out for future, but I'm sure if they explained it, it wouldn't have been good either. There's no way they were writing this hard enough for that to ever make any sense.
So, Sinister, what you're saying is they showed the best possible outcome.
I'm saying what they did was they were like, okay, let's use it to our advantage. Let's have Santa not know how it works. And that way, anything we do, we can use context and somebody can come up with their own interpretation of how it works. Like I said, it doesn't stand up to the scrutiny because there's still little plot holes here and there of why does that work and this doesn't, or but that was going to happen, I'm sure, no matter what. Even if they went through the trouble of trying to explain it, I don't think there's any way these guys would have been able to write it well enough to have it still make sense either way. That's my idea of it.
Okay, so you're indifferent. It could have been worse, but right now it's not great.
Yeah, I'm sure it would. If they had tried to do something with it, it would have only served to probably annoy us more. In my
So you're middle
yeah.
ground. Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess I went in a whole long way to just say I'm in the middle ground, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess since we're gonna highlight ourselves on this, I'm also in the middle ground for this one. I recognize that there are problems with it, but I also recognize that within the context of what they're working with, it can work. Because for me, I guess one of the biggest interpretations I walked away with because of his origin story, which we'll get to once we're done with this act, quote unquote, which we pretty much are, but is that it felt like this Santa Claus was like appointed, or he just kind of like or anointed. He became that like, or he inherited the role almost. It wasn't like because he clearly wasn't Santa Claus first. So like he wasn't born Santa Claus. It was something he came to. So I always interpreted that as just like I therefore interpreted like all him being Santa Claus as like him trying to redeem himself. And because of that, I attribute to the magic system why he doesn't understand it is because he would, like I said, inherit is not the right word, but I'm using it in this way is that he ended up inheriting the role. So like all the stuff was already there for him to use, and he doesn't fully understand it, but he's still using it.
Okay. I think it's pretty well. I with what being said, I think the belief system is a great context of what it could be. My issue is that Santa just doesn't know, and if the Santa previous to him is gone, deceased, or vanished, or whatever,
If there was
and
one, yeah, we don't know.
then not knowing how to make things work, he doesn't have like he doesn't have a Bernard person to like give him the ropes of like telling him like this is how it's supposed to be. But we do know he has elves and he has Mrs. Claus, so he's not alone in this situation. I mean, the reindeer don't talk to him, but he's not alone, so he has other people to like lean on or try to solve. I mean, I don't know if the elves are just don't have any department of that, not like
Again,
the magic department try to solve the issue or anything. It's like they only make toys, they can only do toys. That's it. Maybe they don't even speak English.
the thing like that kind of brings up a point that I was hoping to touch on a little later on, but I guess I'll do it right now before I forget. I'm a little disappointed that his whole backstory wasn't more fleshed out because it kind of seemed like they were gonna be doing that, and then they just kind of slightly did it, and then there wasn't anything else really.
There is going to be a sequel,
I know
so
there's gonna be a sequel, so I'm sure it'll get
I know
answered.
that.
But
yeah.
it's
I
apparently was in
think
development as of January this year.
I think we are going to potentially get more on his backstory. So
I know, yeah, but I'm like,
within the
I'm
context
gonna.
of this film, yeah.
I feel like it would have still. I feel like I know there was probably like a little bit of a we're gonna be explaining more later on if everybody come out and watch this. But I feel like in the context of this movie, that would have helped a lot, even if it was just not even fully explored, but just slightly, given a little bit more context to. Because as Springs just pointed out, there's a bunch of gaps that we are not really privy to that probably could have been at least not, if not fully, slightly filled in of the context of Santa in general.
Yeah, being produced by the people of John Wick, they went a little down that side of the path of like you don't need to know his full backstory for the present and it'll be explained later kind of thing. But it's definitely to me not as tight as John Wick 1.
Yeah. John Wick 1 has the benefit of John Wick 1 has the benefit of I think their writing is really tight for that film. Like in
Well, and
terms
it
of both
It
characters
was
and
supposed to
world
be a
building.
one-off, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
John
why
Wick
it's
one was a one-off, and
yeah.
this I also, not knowing there was a second one, I thought this was a one-off. So I don't know what if they were expecting a sequel or not making this.
well, I'm sure they were like, there could be a sequel, so we're going to put something in here that we can explain because they don't, like I said, they don't show the elves, they don't show Mrs. Claus, they don't have anything, So I'm sure they were like, okay, we got to have something kind of to expound upon if we ever get a sequel, but they can still stand on its own. But like I said, I think that they could have done a bit more of expanding his backstory without kind of blowing their load, shall we say.
Yeah.
But I will say, in comparison with John Wick 1, I think in that one, the mystery elevates the character, whereas in this one, it sort of diminishes him slightly. Would be a good probably juxtaposition.
I don't I don't know if the mystery diminishes him, but I get what you mean in the sense that the
I mean,
mystery adds to the, I guess, the
it
intrigue of the
it
character.
diminishes him in the eyes of like he's been doing this since the Viking times. I'm not gonna pretend to know that I know the era or the year that is. Um, so it does seem slightly unlikely that he wouldn't know really anything more than he did back then. At least 1,000 years of he definitely passed since then. So there's a little bit of there of like I think he would know slightly more or have the ability to know something more, but we don't know anything else about it, so it kind of makes him look. And then we brought up the whole thing of like he doesn't know what guns are, which diminishes him slightly of like
Yeah.
how worldly he is. And granted, Santa's got a lot on his plate, 365, 364, but
Yeah, I know what
so
you mean.
yeah, I think doing the John Wick approach with Santa Claus doesn't really work as well, of having some mystery.
All right. Uh, shall we leave that in Act 1 and go to Act 2?
I have one last thing in Act 1 I liked, which was when they're going to the panic room. There's the inter. God, why can't I not say this word?
Mittened?
No, song, instrumental. Gosh, instrumental song being played, which has interlaid bits of "On the First Day of Christmas" in it.
Yeah.
I missed
They
that.
do have a lot of the songs have little
Yeah,
nods
Silent
to
Night.
existing songs without being just that song.
Yeah. And for me, I really like the instrumental pieces because of those little add-ons and everything. The lyrical pieces, I don't know if they fit in this movie.
I don't know. I'm a little bit probably on the opposite side where I kind of wish they were more of like the traditional versions, because I feel like that juxtaposition would sort of help it slightly. Because kind of putting them more in the context of it doesn't really feel like they're that doesn't make it feel that different from a normal Christmas movie. I feel like you had like a traditional choral version of like Silent Night playing while Santa's beating the shit out of people violently. It would fit. It would be much kind of more memorable than if it was just like the. I don't know.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying,
They kind of do
but
that
I
in
don't
the
know what
shed.
scene you're talking about.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying in general. I'm not picking the everything because I don't really remember. But that's it. That is what it is. But just nothing really of the music really stood out to me, and I kind of feel like it might have if it had been more traditional based, and it kind of had that juxtaposition going of the here's a very traditional Christmas song, but Santa's beating the crap out of somebody, kind of thing. Of it would have kind of felt a little bit more lively. I don't know.
Okay, I get what you mean.
All right. If that's all, we shall move on to Act 2. Crimson, why don't you start us off? Which,
Okie dokie.
for the record, Act 2 is Panic Room to Scrooge and Santa having a walkie-talkie chat.
Oh, we missed the.
Oh, we missed something?
No. I was making a joke.
Oh.
Panic Room, the movie.
Yes. Sure, I'll go. So we get to see Santa looking through the window, creeping on the family. They're minding their own business, being hostages, just watching them. Which I thought was a good little piece. It's interesting what Santa's knowledge is in this, because he didn't know what Trudy, who she was. He asked for her name, and then he had to look at his list to know who she is. But then throughout, he's able to name drop the bad guys and stuff as well.
He's
Well,
sobering up.
we see them on the naughty list beforehand too, so presumably he did check their naughty list for them.
Was the naughty list before or after the first name drop of Jimmy?
It was before. Yeah, it was before.
we do
Yeah.
see elements of naughty list before. Yeah. So he
Okay.
could have seen it before then.
Okay. Well, I mean, even at the bar, he knew the grandma, I guess, and without checking his list for that.
Presumably, he doesn't have he doesn't remember them acutely for all the details, but like when he looked up Trudy, all of the memories, like the letters he got from Trudy, like came to his mind at some point because you didn't know them at first. And then he's like, oh yeah, he had to be reminded. So it might be something like that where he's just once just gets reminded of who they are, like just by a simple couple things, he remembers the rest. Because memory can work like that, but
And then an issue I had with the naughty list itself was it's a little bit ahead, but since we're talking about the list itself, how the extraction or the kill squad just then pops up on the list instead of just being there originally when listing the bad guys.
yeah. Which raises an interesting question: is the list proximity based? Like
Again,
they're
no,
all
no.
added. No. I mean, like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he
No,
opens it when he's in a specific location and gets all the who's getting coal and who's getting presents kind of thing.
I'd
So
assume
like,
it would be. I assumed it would be because if he goes to a house, he needs to know if that person is, and they would be est- potentially in the
I mean,
house,
the gift's
So,
already made.
but the gift's
Yeah,
already
elves
made, but
make
he
the
doesn't
gifts
know who.
before Christmas, so
Yeah, but he doesn't
you
know.
kind of have
Yeah,
to
but
know if they're good or not.
yeah,
yeah, so he knows that they're good, but he's just double checking. He always double checks the list,
yeah.
checks
It's in
the
the
list
song.
twice or
Remember?
whatever.
Yeah.
But the first one when he's in the North Pole is not proximity to all the kids he's checking up on.
No, but we don't know.
No,
Like
I
again,
mean
what?
sorry, I meant the visual aesthetic of the list, not necessarily how it works. So the reason that the extraction teams show up on the naughty list then is because they're all now within range of it, if that makes sense. Like that's why they're all listing off because it's working here in proximity based. I don't know if that's how it works overall.
And one could also argue that a lot of the family members in this house would be on the naughty list too. So why don't they pop up on the naughty list?
Yeah.
They might, but there are times scenes where I just don't see it moving that fast, or it moves pretty fast in a lot of the scenes that we see it in. I don't know. I presume most of them would be on the naughty list, or he just doesn't deliver anything for them anymore because they don't believe or whatever.
So he
No,
wouldn't
it
even
wouldn't be a
deliver coal to
belief
them.
thing.
Yeah,
Because if
I
that
don't think
was
they're
the
consistent with the
case,
naughty list.
I
then the magic
I
for
don't think
him
the list is
failing,
consistent at all, but
No,
it's a
and
cool aesthetic.
I think
it's probably
proximity.
one of the weakest. It's the weakest thing, probably magic based in the movie. Really.
I do like the difference
The-
though. If it's vertical, it's a list of people. However, if it's horizontal, it's an individual.
Yes, I do
Yeah.
like that detail as well.
It's-
Like I said, I do like the visual flair of how the list, in theory, works.
My thing is, you could get rid of it, and I think Trudy could do more stuff, and it would still you get about the same amount of information. I think.
I think they actually could have potentially utilized it more with the whole magic talk we had. Like in Elf, there's the belief meter to run the sleigh, right? So if his scroll showed a belief bar and his nose doesn't work upstairs, and then he opens it and it's like not enough belief, sending it to prime or not essential systems, which would be
Actually,
the sleigh and the bag, maybe. Uh,
I
that could
don't know.
explain away stuff,
It
perhaps.
Yeah.
possibly could, but if that was the reason, then Santa would have never said he doesn't know how it works. That would
I
all have
know.
been
I mean,
Yeah.
there'd have to be
That
some
would be
tweaks, but
that
it
would
would
be an
fix the
amendment.
magic.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, I think that would definitely add a fix to the
But then you have
software.
to film like North Pole stuff. You have to get a guy for that, and it
No,
would
I
have
don't
been
think we need to do that.
That would just be
But
on the scroll when he opens
yeah,
it.
on the screen. I don't. That's just getting kind of too much on on one thing.
I I think I don't think I would want that on the list, but I would like something like that in the film because
I
it
don't.
would help
Yeah.
provide it would provide an easy explanation or at least an easy visual to for us to understand his powers more acutely, without really necessarily interfering with the list.
I'm fine with him having like the naughty or nice list. Like that's not. I think the thing that's problem for me is that once it kind of becomes like his use of navigation, or not navigation, but like surveillance or something, it becomes more of a hassle. And I feel like at that point you could just have Trudy do that job, and it would you could still have everything set up the same way, and it wouldn't really be that much of an issue.
Trudy doing what job?
Like telling, like, oh, there's like 15 guys or whatever, and they're in this location or whatever.
Oh, like she's like
Yeah,
the guy in the
like how
chair,
like
only with the naughty
yeah,
list.
yeah, exactly.
That gives me so many ideas to work with, but none of them are in the film. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, yeah, I feel like she could be the guy in the chair, or the guy in the attic in this situation. And it would, because they have like the freaking surveillance system that they really don't use at all. So she could have potentially gone into I mean, like there's options I feel like that they had that would have worked better than the list, and you could have subtracted some of the element of the list and had her fill in the rest, and I feel like the movie would still have played the same.
Yeah. The only thing I guess going against that fix is the ending with Scrooge, because that's what pushed him to believe.
Well, I'm saying like so you could still have the list, but it wouldn't be as specific as knowing like who's around or who's here or whatever.
The proximity
Like,
thing that we're assuming is how it operates.
yeah. So, like, I mean, it could have still worked because him seeing himself is like one thing, but I feel like if he saw anything, it would have still worked. If he saw like, oh, here's the naughty or nice list or whatever, and you know. So I feel like Trudy could have had more of a role as the man in the chair, doing what the list seems to set up for the most part, and it's still because he doesn't really use it to know where people are. He just uses it to know that there's more people coming, or know how many people there are. Which is, I don't think is really worth the headache of having it not make sense, I guess.
Yeah. Springs, you got a point?
They said the title of the film. Well, Jimmy
Okay.
sings it, but it's still in the movie.
It's true.
Silent night. And that's all I know.
Holy shite.
I guess I got a point if I can find it again. Never mind.
Points. Run away.
Yeah, they do. I think is that in this chapter? Yeah. I think no, it's not. Never mind. Let's go to the
Good.
Santa's first fight scene.
It's very messy.
Very messy.
Like it.
There's only one part that bothered me. Santa's grabbing the barrel of the gun, and it's not burning his hands. And then, like a second later, it's burning his hands. He's grabbing a different part of the gun. He's grabbing the part that necessarily wouldn't burn, that wouldn't be as hot.
He grabs the barrel, didn't he?
He grabs the barrel.
He grabbed the barrel. The barrel is what he grabs first.
Yeah,
And it's not burning. And then he grabs a different part of it. It's not
He
the
grabs like more of
end
the
of the
middle.
barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he grabbed more of the middle.
Which wouldn't be hot.
Which wouldn't be as hot. I do like the realism though that it would be hot. I just think they did it in the wrong place. So that was the only minor continuity error that I found in the fight. Otherwise, I think it's pretty good for Santa's first kill.
Yeah, in a long time, presumably.
A long time. It comes across that he's very out of practice, and he's more focused on escaping with the nose thing. And
has anybody? I know Crimson has because I showed it to him. Has anybody seen Mr. Nobody? Not Mr. Nobody. Nobody that Bob Odenkirk. Kind of a John Wick. Another John Wick. John Wickish movie. Yeah. I think it's slightly better than this, but anyways, it kind of there's like the first fight in that one is kind of similar where it's really messy, and it's definitely, I mean, the guy in it is, the guy who's starting the fight, Bob Odenkirk's character, is definitely supposed to be kind of somewhat adequate at fighting, but is so out of practice that it just is really messy, and that's kind of a similar vibe to this, which I like. I like messy, realistic kind of fight scenes.
You're good enough. You have history, but you're not good enough to just get through scot free at that point.
Well, yeah,
anymore.
and I mean, realistically, even if you're like a karate or like a kung fu guy, if you actually like fighting like fighting, I
real,
mean,
yeah.
yeah, like for real, it's gonna be messy because you're you're doing stuff in time with somebody else or whatever. Like it's always gonna look just rough
You're not
no
in a
matter
controlled
what.
setting.
Yeah.
Choreography is always cool, but sometimes there's just something about the rawness of what a fight can be.
Sometimes you don't really want to have Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. You want to have They Live, the 10-minute long alley fight scene. Okay, that's sometimes you want that.
Um,
I like how they were breathing heavy during the fight, getting exhausted. They had recovery times, like slowly getting up, but not too slow to where it's annoying. I guess the one time where which goon was this?
I think this is
I
the
was it
first one.
Frosty?
The first
Yeah.
one's like
Where's Frosty the
whatever.
Star? Frosty's the
it's
Star.
either Frosty or
Yeah.
Tinsel.
Tinsel.
Tinsel's the
right,
first
that's
one.
Tinsel.
Frosty's the guy who gets executed by the star.
Let's do bad guy 1, bad guy 2.
No, they have
or
names.
goon 1, goon 2. They have names, but I don't feel like it's super
Don't really
important.
utilize them very much.
Yeah.
But Tinsel, he gets chucked into the tree. That time he has a pretty long recovery. But overall, I think they did a good job with the realism, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think I like the second fight more than the first one. That's just me.
The second was a lot more flashy.
Yeah, second one's a lot more flashy because he's pulling stuff out of the bag. It's like no one's got a fucking hockey stick.
That joke
bat.
That was funny.
You
video
laugh out
Everyone's
loud.
getting a video game movie.
Doesn't anybody ask for a bat or a sword or Molotov cocktails? I thought that was funny.
Yeah, that's a joke that got me as well. I quite enjoyed that. I mean, since we're talking about the second fight scene, do you just want to go right into that? I really, really liked Santa stalling for time while he stuffs a stocking full of pool balls. That was really for me was like it showed his intelligence while also trying to at least talk down the fight a bit.
Yeah, that guy, what a pro. Took it like a champ for most of the fight, but man, he got that was gross. That was nasty.
The tree topper
You
in
didn't
his
see
eye.
the start coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, the nut crusher got thrown into a pinball machine. Tree top in the eye. Yeah, he went through the ringer at that guy. But he also slashed Santa Claus. So
he did. He got
some damage.
Santa. Yeah, he got Santa good. He was probably next to Jimmy. He was the only one who really did anything against Santa the whole time.
Oh, what was it? Torp? The leader of the kill squad.
Techie.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Thorpe. Yeah, Thorpe.
Thorpe.
Yeah. Stupid name either way.
He was a waste of potential. We'll get to him.
Yeah, I have my own issues with the whole kill squad scenario.
Yeah, they didn't need to be in this film. But yeah, no, I really quite enjoyed the second fight scene as well because I liked Santa just pulling stuff out of his bag trying to use it.
Mm.
And I like the guy's confusion when he blocks a punch with the bag and his hand just goes right into it, and like there's just that moment of like, what the fuck is this? And obviously he doesn't live long enough to get through it.
It kind of brings up another magic question.
Oh.
So when he goes into someone's house to deliver presents, does he not pick the present? He's not bringing out like 50 boxes till he finds the correct gift. He picks what he's looking for, which is that kid's present.
I think that might be like a focus thing or something. Like because it seems like
he
they
really
just
wants a weapon here.
Well, I mean like a focus on like the gift given or whatever of like because obviously him asking for it, they have to actually have the gift itself, right? So obviously I don't think any of the kids are gonna be getting who are nice are probably not gonna be getting like an AK or a knife or something more than likely,
baseball bat,
depending on the rules. I'm just saying that's kind of what the oust of the movie is saying. I'm not saying it's 100% accurate, but So I'm sure his focus is like, oh, this is little Billy Simmons or whatever. He gets this, and then he, takes it out something. That's my interpretation of what I'm given. But I'm the first to admit it's not super solid.
I think the gifts in the bag correlate to the destination the reindeers go. Because he says even at the bar, it's like he just holds the reins. The reindeers do the rest. They know where they're going. So I think the reindeers go house to house, and that matches up with the gifts in the bag.
Except he gave the lady the grandson's gift instead of delivering the grandson's gift at the grandson's house.
What if the grandson's house was the next house to go to?
Well, that wouldn't fit your proximity with the reindeer solution then.
What do you mean?
Well, because they're not at that house.
Well,
No,
it's just
I-
the next gift on
Springs
his line.
was suggesting that the reindeer work like a GPS, and so the bag works similarly. So, like, the next destination they were intending to go to is the next bag on the list. Right? Is that
Yeah.
what you were aiming for? Okay.
So, like, when he
Maybe.
threw up on her, next destination is grandson's house. But now they can skip it because he just gave it.
I'd say that's incredibly small odds, but I mean, nothing disputes it either.
Because he's not knowledgeable enough about knowing all the kids and being like, oh, well, this kid asked for a baseball bat, and just as the kid's name, reaches in and takes out their gift. He has to, like, go through stuff.
Well, how would he know that she's the grandmother then?
That I don't know if that corresponds with the list.
He could know that she's the grandmother just by virtue of how long he's been there. We don't know how long he was sitting in that bar taking a
He's
break.
probably
quote
given the
unquote.
grandmother more gifts than the kid.
That's probably true. Yeah, there's nothing to explain that, Crimson, but that's just more like we don't know how long he was at the bar. Presumably, he was standing there until he fell over in his seat, because that's what he said, even if it was a joke.
Yeah, he wanted to be horizontal. He was there so long he threw up.
I wonder. I don't think Santa could probably really. I don't know. Yeah, it was a weird thing. I don't know if he could drink to that point. I feel like his metabolism would be really
His
strong.
metabolism would burn
Well, I
through
think
it.
a
Yeah, that's probably true.
magical being Santa, yes. This is very human Santa.
Yeah, but to a certain point.
Yeah, he doesn't
Like,
have like super healing until the ending bit.
Yeah,
He wasn't healing throughout the film.
that we know of, anyways.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Want to start something? Huh? Want to go? Want to go, bro? Huh?
He seems pretty
I'll-
bloody throughout.
He does. but,
I love the Nordic tattoos. I think that, like, even though it's a very brief flashback we get here in the when he's having to patch himself up. No wait,
interesting. Yeah. No, that's within this. No. That's next.
no,
That's
you're right.
next.
That's next one.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No,
Ignore
no.
me. I like the scene. Anyways,
It's a good scene.
Bookmark.
It's
Bookmark.
it's the freaking John Wick breaking open his floor, basically.
yeah. I do like one of the scenes. I'll go to a scene I actually like in this act, which is when he kills the tinsel and he's
Frosty.
like Frosty. Sorry, no, Frosty's the second one. He kills tinsel
Yeah,
with the
sorry, I
ice
was-
with the ice spoke. With the ice
Again,
spike.
Goon 1, Goon 2.
Goon 1, sure.
Like, if we
Goon
can go
1,
through the
killed
whole
Goon 1.
Jurors and 12 Angry Men, I think we can get
They
this.
have way more character than any of these
they
guys
do.
we're talking about. So that's better applicable. But the Goon 1 and Goon 2 are fine. That's what they are.
Yeah. One of the things I do like is when Santa's outside the window and he can see the family. Crimson, you brought this up earlier. I meant to bring it up. I like that he's like, fuck. I don't want to do this. And then he sees Trudy and he just feels like, well, I'm here now. You know, like I think he makes a
Got her
decision.
cookies in my pocket. And
Yeah, he feels
I know
like I like the emotional tie that he instantly has to that.
Takes out the
It was a
cookie.
nice-
This looks just like me.
Yeah. I mean, like, because I think at that point he realizes who made him the cookies, you know? And
It's a gingerbread man, but it looks like a sugar cookie. Very
Well,
strange.
Did they pack those cookies to take to the house? Because he says homemade.
Well, I don't think they made them at the house.
We don't
the mansion.
see.
No. Gertrude's
Presumably
place.
they're homemade. She could have made them and brought
Yeah,
them
she
with
could've
her,
made 'em
knowing
home.
she was going to stay the night over here.
Yeah,
That would
that's
have
what I
been
think.
that's yeah. But like I like the little note of that once Santa realizes that Trudy was the one that I think because I think that's the where he realizes Trudy was the one that made him the cookies. I think that's kind of what gives him motivation to continue onward. And uh, I guess I want to compliment the bad guys. They actually cut off the Wi-Fi and killed the phone lines, which was a nice detail that most movies miss.
Like
Yeah.
Die Hard.
Grandma, your Wi-Fi sucks.
I begged you to beat him.
That was good.
What a line!
Yeah. If ever there was a kid who probably deserved good smack around, it's probably that kid.
Yeah,
Bertrude.
Bertrude is a bit of a brat.
Bit of a brat, as they say. And no, I don't want to cause any waves or nothing, but I think he's a bit of a brat.
Dude, Bertrude. The whole thing with Jason being like, I think I left it in the car.
No, I saw you put it behind the tree.
Oh my gosh.
Kid cannot
Bertrude's
take a
an
hint.
Idiot.
Yeah, kid cannot take a hint.
I guess on the topic of Bertrude, kind of goes back to an earlier topic, but I didn't bring it up. I like everybody in the family more than Jason and Linda.
Wow. Okay.
I find them all way more enjoyable and less annoying to me because of how funny they are.
I'll say I enjoy them more, but I don't think I like them more. If that makes sense.
They don't have a likability that.
Yeah, I actually
Yeah,
like
but
Jason, but I don't. I don't like them as characters. I know I understand their purpose.
This is something where I feel like they should have got Bill Hader, because I think Bill Hader would be funnier.
I like Jason up to a point.
I like Jason up until the final act.
Well, I know, like at 45 minutes in, Springs, you have a big Jason problem.
Yeah.
But
I think he went down to worst family member.
We'll get there when we get there, I guess.
Yeah, we'll get. Yeah, that's next act. So yeah, we're close. Does anybody have anything else for the one we're in right now? Then
did any of you see the girls' like nice list attributes?
Yes.
I thought one of them like helped
Trudy.
mom do something.
Listens to mom, makes her bed, invited weird kid to her party, something like that.
That's the only one I wrote down. I thought that was funny. Invited a weird kid to party.
Yeah.
That is a nice kid thing to do.
Yeah, like I said, I think Trudy, obviously, I liked her list of things. Yeah, she likes it. Nice to animals.
Nice to animals.
So, yeah. It seems like, your typical naughty list, good list thing, that she's on the nice list.
Yeah.
To doing those activities. I thought that was nice.
Mm-hmm.
This sequence is mostly action.
Yeah.
But I do like we have I guess Scrooge's insider knowledge. And there is a line that I do like, and he's like, he's like, maybe I'm getting old, but there's something romantic about like blowing up holes in a safe rather than having to hack in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I quite like that line because it's all futuristic tech.
That safe is very strange. I don't really know if I understand.
It's an expensive safe. That's all you need to know.
Well, cause it's like a, what is it? Like a padlock or something, but it's not.
The first layer of it was hackable. The second layer of it is they needed the skeleton key.
Yeah, the skeleton key, which is fun. Yeah, I mean, but it's more like the first one. Like the first half of it is kind of like confusing. I'm like, why don't you just have?
I don't know how many layers it is. Let me just shoot out 5.
I mean,
it was 5 layers, and all 5 layers had to be lined up specifically for the keyhole to be revealed. Something like that.
And it took them about hour and a half.
Oh yeah, they had to break into each layer individually.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just saying. So it took them about an hour and a half, roughly. Keeping the timeline here, we have about a 2-hour window. and then they have to get the skeleton key, which the kill squad gets. But then the mom, the grandma or whatever, is like, oh, it should have taken you days to get in there. So I don't know if she's overly, exaggerating the safety of the thing, or if it was specifically just the key part that was I don't really understand.
I kind of had the same thought. How she really overestimated the safe. It could have been that could have been the additional time to get past the key part. Potentially, that's the workaround. I think.
Oh yeah, maybe yeah. I think that makes sense.
It would take days to get in it without the key.
Yeah, she also had a device that resets the code that Jimmy
Yeah, the
confiscates from
panic.
her.
Yeah, the
Well,
panic
as soon as
button.
you hit the panic button, the code is reset.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
once
she doesn't
that's
have
That's
taken,
what Jimmy says is the one.
then I believe Sugar Plum is starting the hack, so it's not reset anymore. My question is, when did Jason have the time to move the money?
The day before.
Well, I was
We have no
assuming that was
idea.
the
We have no
project or
idea
whatever.
when it was moved. Yeah, it was implied that was the project his mother gave him the day before. So that was not on screen at all.
They said in the beginning.
Yeah,
Well,
it does not take place within this film at all. It happened before the film even started.
Okay, because all we know is from Jimmy saying that the money was transferred in the day before.
Yeah,
which is what his intel is.
Supposedly. Yeah, supposedly it was transferred in the day before, which is what Jason's job might have been to do that, to oversee that transfer, and he just took it.
One guy stole $300 million in a day.
By
It's
steal,
cash
just
too.
put
Heavy.
it outside.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, just put it in the
didn't
back
fit in his car.
Yeah.
You could never.
Also, is that $300 million worth of cash? I feel like that's too small.
That we see.
Yeah.
I mean,
But I'm going off every
we
movie and
see
show
like
I've watched.
we see like
didn't seem to match.
we see like 6 bags, I think total, but only one bag is burned at the end.
I will say this: I've seen Breaking Bad, and there's a scene where they show all the money he's made, and it's not $300 million, and it's definitely more than that amount of money.
How much did the Joker burn?
Yeah,
How much money?
But then again, how large were the bills?
Yeah, that's the other thing. I guess that is a factor in. But even if they were all like
even assuming they're all
$100,
hundreds.
yeah.
Yeah. Joker, I don't remember how much the Joker burned, but it was half of like all the criminal organizations' money in Gotham, right? That was the whole shtick.
Yeah, that was the whole bit that Nolan was going for there. Yeah, the whole sketch.
This town deserves a better class of criminal.
And he licked his lips, his scar lips. It's. I mean, probably $300 million in any cash related thing, because it's like 5 cases in there. But even that, I feel like, is too small of an amount.
The first hay bale move to reveal it was 3 hay bales up. So we saw like the top layer of 5 duffel bags, which would have been upwards of 2 hay bales.
Well, I'm going off of like the concrete imagery of like what we see of like the transport stuff, which is like those 5 like flight cases or whatever.
Oh, okay.
I feel like even
the 2 snow.
Even
we see
even
what
even
the sleds take.
Yeah,
snowmobiles.
Yeah, even that is, I think,
maybe
not
12.
I don't know.
6 each.
I don't know. Yeah, it depends on the denomination, I guess. Which, like I said, even if it's 100, I don't think it would fit anywhere realistically that you could get all of it.
And I also think when was it Ella, the sister,
Alva or what? Allie
says you burned $500,000. I think that's just a made up number.
Yeah, I'm sure that was made up.
Yeah, I don't think she can count.
Burn.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. All right. Well, do we have anything else for Act 2, gentlemen?
I do. I believe this is still Act 2 when they're trying to check upon Frosty, and Jimmy says like keep checking, and it cuts behind him for him to like walk up to the camera, menacingly or whatever. It is such a wide Dutch angle. It is so low to the ground. It's almost filmed horizontally.
It's a word. Horizontal.
Horizontally?
Sorry.
You mean vertically?
Horizontally.
No,
Horizontally confused.
Oh yeah, I guess the camera.
The,
would
the
be
whole
vertically,
movie's
but-
horizontal.
Yeah. Okay, vertically. The camera was almost lined up vertically.
You combine the two. It was
Which part is this?
horizontal.
When they're checking
At the-
for
where
Frosty
he's-
and they're looking at the cams and they're like, "Oh, Santa's here," and they see it on the camera, and then Jimmy turns around and it's this
The
crazy Dutch angle that he walks up into.
well, see, it's a reference because Alan Rickman was a Dutch guy in Die Hard, and they were referencing that scene where he's on the phone with the guy, and he's Dutch, so it's got to do a Dutch angle. It double referencing.
That would
'cause
work
the guy,
if he was
Jimmy,
Dutch. He was German.
Could be.
Hans Gruber is German.
Are we sure? Does he say he's German, or does he just say my name's Hans Gruber? You can have a German accent and be Dutch.
I believe they're German. Yes. Well, at least just Hans. I don't know about all his henchmen. I think
I don't think
the two brothers are
yeah.
German. The blonde brothers.
I like the tender, sweet moment when Santa and Trudy first talk.
Yeah, she believes it's
nice.
him, and it is him.
Yeah. And it
Because
is
that's
him,
what
yeah.
her dad said, and she believes her dad.
And I think it's I don't know, I think it's cute. It's because obviously their relationship for me is what the core of what I like about this film. Because this Santa's obviously a little bit disheartened with his job at this point. So meeting a kid that's just like
At
Believes in him.
41,
He's a
45
nice kid.
is the
yeah,
angle.
a nice kid who's just wholesome and believes in him. I would say wholesome because there are some things she does that should put her on the naughty list, absolutely. But I guess it's against people on the naughty list, so TBD.
What, the Home
For
Alone
any-
stuff?
Yeah.
Well,
For
he never
anybody,
checked her on the list afterwards.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
for any of you guys who are watching right now, it's 41, 45. Crazy Dutch angle. Springs is mentioned.
Oh, timestamp. Gotcha. It's almost astronomical. That's not the right word. Astronomical.
Astronomical.
You've made a lot of words this podcast. So
Absurd. What's the context of
It's
the word
absurd.
you're looking for?
I'll just say that it's absurd.
it's
absurd.
It's absurd. It's
Fair enough.
The Joker money pile, by the way, there's no answer. It's between 86 million and 6 billion. So
okay. So
no
yeah,
one
no.
knows.
That
just-
does not
it's just
help
I
us
don't think
at
it's
all.
6 billion.
It's
That's
just the
all
money
over
of
the place.
Gotham. Well, yeah. How much money would a city technically have invested? I guess.
Well, he stole it from Bruce Wayne.
But he didn't. He stole it from Gotham.
We also I always forget this. We have the language joke between Trudy and Santa Claus.
Oh,
Anus. yeah.
ass, butthole, anus.
I think it works. It works in context, I think.
Santa's wrong. Something.
Well, does Santa even comment like she says ass?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I think all the Home Alone stuff would definitely be like, she's on the line. If you check the list afterward.
Well,
Yeah.
and then you get into like the whole thing of like naughty or nice is like intentional. Like she's not trying to like kill them, but I mean,
One of them just
she's
happens
trying-
to die.
She's aiming to harm him.
She's aiming to harm him.
naughty.
A kid put gum in his
It's
sister's
self-defense, though.
hair. He didn't do it. Lied to
But-
his parents. Is no toys this year. That's a Polar
I
Express
mean,
reference.
like there's that video or whatever, that doctor breaking down all the injuries from Home Alone and like levels of like seriousness or whatever. And they're
Oh,
all
they're
like
dead.
very
That was funny.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
but so again, that just brings up like the whole thing, naughty or nice, like because technically it's self-defense because they're gonna kill her, but she is also technically unintentionally trying to kill them. So it's all up to interpretation.
Yeah. I guess my last note for this act is we got another Die Hard reference. Or you some security guard who's seen too many action flicks kind of line from Jimmy and when on the walkie-talkie with Santa Claus.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Santa answered it
It's all for the Die Hard thing. That's
Yeah, it's definitely it's specifically for the Die Hard reference. But I guess that's pretty much what I wrote off because
yeah.
I don't view that as a smart move, but I understand why they did it.
Yeah, because really it makes more problems later on. Because once he kind of knows that he's there or whatever,
Yeah,
creates more of an issue for the family and the hostages. So
yeah,
Also, Santa has lost a lot of blood standing there.
yeah.
a bit, but it's magic blood, so he doesn't know how it works.
I don't know about that.
all right.
There's nothing that refutes it. He's
That's
alive.
true. So I don't know about that. We'll go
Just
around my
rephrase.
tents. Yeah, I
no
don't
idea.
know.
Now, if the
Um,
police ran the blood through the systems, would they see some weird
Police?
stuff with it? I mean, presumably the police get here at some point.
I
Christmas morning. Yeah.
I go off of there's like a couple of like reference where it would be like the Santa Claus where they get him into questioning or whatever. Like we have no like
They certainly reference that scene.
Yeah, it would be like was it they bring up the fingerprints or whatever and it's all like Christmas ornament. I don't remember. I haven't watched the Santa Claus in a long time. But
I don't think it was fingerprint. He goes to the doctor and his heartbeat's doing like jingle bells.
well, there's that. But I felt like there was something where like no record of whatever. Anyways, I'm sure like there would be just some cover of like because he's never been fingerprinted, so there wouldn't be any like fingerprint. He's never been in any sort of database, so there wouldn't.
They didn't have that
they would
documentation
have it
back in Viking
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So they would have it, but I don't know if it would be like massively different than like a normal human being. So they just wouldn't have any frame of reference for it.
I was referring more to like blood samples. Would it show differently being someone of his age? Is blood somewhat different?
Well, we have a biologist
then?
here. We have a biologist.
Yeah,
here.
that kind
He
of goes
can
to
tell
like
us.
vampire or racial ghoul, like how long an age affects blood.
Yes, but I don't know how it would affect someone who's effectively immortal. So I'm just gonna shrug.
Or also
It
like
could be normal for a person that's the age that Santa has stayed at, for all we know.
wouldn't
But
they also have to like be looking for that kind of information? It wouldn't just be like up in
it wouldn't
center of
also,
like
yeah, it wouldn't be immediately obvious as well. Yeah.
All right. Before we leave, the whole censoring part, I guess, part I brought up that Santa made an error. So it was like shove it right up. It was going to be ass. It wasn't that. Butthole, teetering, and then anus. Technically accurate. An anus is not an ass. An ass is a gluteus maximus. So that was just wrong.
Fartius Maximus.
Yeah. They had to just slide to a kid. There you go. Naughty list. Sin. Boom.
I feel like he's on the naughty list for way
I will say,
more.
I don't think this Santa is necessarily totally intelligent.
Well, yeah, he's a Viking. I mean,
This is definitely not an all-knowing Santa. They're
No.
not going that rule at all.
well, he's also had a few, so I don't. He's
intoxicated.
he's a few belts to the wind already. So whatever he did know is probably not readily available.
Fair enough. All right. Is that it for Act 2, gentlemen?
Yes.
I'll throw it
For
out
me.
there. The star in the eye wouldn't electrocute him.
Yeah, no,
No,
that's also
no.
that's also true. You're right. I forgot to say that. All right. Act 3 is the family nutcracker interrogation to the extraction team opens the vault.
Spoiler.
There's a long one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long one. The most of the character stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. Sinister, why don't you start?
Well, we got the classic, hero bandaging himself up in between. It's a lot like Indiana Jones, where like in between an action scene he goes and takes a shower or whatever. Well, Santa Claus goes and sews himself up with candle and some wrapping paper.
Good. Yeah.
Like a champ, and he's got a bunch of scars all over his body. So he's seen some
He's seen some
He's
shit.
seen some.
I
He's
do
seen
like
some
all the Nordic tattoos, which kind of are set up
Mhm.
for the brief flashback that we get in this sequence.
Yeah, I
Bookmark
like.
has
and I
been
like.
removed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That being said, I do think Viking Santa is kind of unique. I quite like the lore, quote unquote, for this Santa, even though I don't fully understand it. Hopefully yet, because I want it to be explained.
Oh yeah, I love the lore. I just wish it was explained. Yeah, I
The
wish
lore
the
so
back
far is really great. I am chomping at the bit for more, but I
like
do love. So
that
I guess.
is
So I
yeah
guess I
that,
like the
that
introduction for it.
yeah that the whole panning out scene is probably one of my second favorite like shots in the movie. Really, it's very very cool. It's very cinematic.
With him as a Viking.
Yeah, it's him as a Viking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Ryder, I have a question.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would know the answer to this. I
Fair
wrote in
enough,
my
shoot your shot.
notes, with Santa being so old, his tattoos should be pretty faded at this point. But
gets to
going
be
through this,
touched
I was
up.
like, well, maybe he lives in a cold place. Could that reduce fade, or would that not be a contributor?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'd-
sorry.
I had a feeling that'd be the answer.
Yeah, well, thank you for asking. I'll research it, I guess. um, Sprinks.
I mean, Santa could have possibly redone ink over the
That's
existing.
true.
Well,
His wife could have
when
too.
tattoos fade, they also like leak. They're not crisp lines anymore. They kind of fade to the sides as well. His tattoos were crisp.
Yeah,
Chris,
Miss Claus could redo them.
He could have
So.
had laser surgery to remove them and then re-put them on.
True. Who
Who
knows how skilled those
knows?
elves are?
Let's see here. Yeah, let's talk about the dad doing a really Jason doing a really bad thing. He says Santa's not real, and directly to his daughter's face. And yes, he's in a tense moment, but boy, oh boy, that got a pause out of me. Like I had to pause the film, and I went, "Ooh boy, that's a cardinal sin right there." Dropped him to the bottom of my list.
For personal
He's trying to save her life.
Yeah, he's
It-
trying to save her life. So
Yeah, she runs away more so than Leia in Obi-Wan. No one chases her. She just gets away.
yeah, that's my issue with the scene. I don't have any issue with Jason telling her that Santa is not real at this point. It is a
You try
cardinal
to
sin.
cover it saying, "Idiots stay at your post," which is why they didn't chase her. Then the girl chased after her.
Yeah, it
But the
doesn't
girl is
wasn't
an idiot.
ignored.
get
They
at.
Yeah,
tried
it
to do
wasn't
an
ignored.
explanation.
What it doesn't exactly get at is Santa does exist and leaves gifts, which I also noticed all his gifts are wrapped the same.
Yeah.
They're the was
At
it
least for
white
this
and
year.
green striped with the red ribbon.
Yeah.
Where does the explanation of those gifts come from?
Welcome to a lot of Christmas movies.
Like,
I had that written down as well. There's no answer.
does Jason
It's
always assume that it's Linda who puts them and she assumes it's
Yeah.
him? But does that
Yeah,
happen
it does.
all around the
you-
world? Because that's a big, just like
Sprinks.
nutcast theory.
Sprinks, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what the writers want you to think. That's
Yeah, that is the like quintessential world building problem anytime a movie makes Santa Claus real.
it's like, okay, but the parents should know. I didn't
Everyone
buy
in the
this.
world
Yeah.
should know that Santa Claus is real based upon these random presents that are left. This is a problem in every Christmas movie that's existed.
Yeah.
I think it
So,
would have been
you-
better if Jason just told Trudy to shut up, like just real loudly.
That's
Wait,
that's
wait,
a,
wait,
that's
wait,
a
are,
better.
wait, wait, are
No,
we
no.
talking about the Santa Claus being real factor here?
Well, I mean, he's saying he's not real, but that doesn't. So all this time, gifts from Santa he can't explain, like Mr. Bunny or the kite that Trudy has
Okay,
got.
this goes for a problem in every Christmas film, so I don't understand why this is an issue for Jason specifically.
I mean, every character in here didn't believe in Santa.
Yeah.
The goons didn't. The sister didn't. I mean, no one. It's not a Jason problem.
So this, like I said, this is not just the Jason problem. This is a problem for every character in the film, and this is a problem for every character in usually any Christmas movie where Santa Claus is real. The parents don't believe in Santa Claus. It's a problem in Polar Express, and I love Polar Express. So I know you're trying to tie this into an issue for Jason saying that Santa Claus isn't real, but it doesn't work, unfortunately, tying it specifically
So
to him.
all gifts to Trudy, he just believed those were from Linda.
How
Everything to do with
again?
Santa.
It's a core Santa problem. It's not a Jason.
It's not. It's
No,
not a
I'm just
Jason
going
problem.
with
It's a Santa
I'm just
problem.
sticking with
Sure.
Jason here.
Or you can assume
So
that.
all the Mr. Bunny, that wasn't him, and Santa's not real. So that's from Linda. The kite that she got, not from him, from the wife.
Are
Yeah.
you asking whether Jason believes that?
He's
Well,
trying to rationalize why everybody doesn't believe. in
No,
Santa,
I'm
like
rationalizing
Mr.
with Jason telling Trudy Santa doesn't exist when he's seen gifts Trudy gets from Santa. Does he just lie to her and say, "Oh, that's for me"? I haven't a clue where those come from, but that's for
Well,
me.
no, he would say they're from Santa. He
He
would
would
say they're
pre-
from Santa. Yeah.
He'd presume that it's either from Linda or Santa. I don't.
And then
Again,
Linda would presume they're either from Jason or Santa.
Yeah,
Yeah,
does
I
that
mean,
just go years and years? And it's like, wow, and there's never been a conversation of like, that was a really good gift. That's what she wanted. It's like, oh, I didn't get it for you. I thought you did it. And then the conversation, who broke into her house? Who gave this to her daughter?
again, core Santa issue, not a Jason issue.
Every single household that has a kid would have that problem. I mean, I guess even without kids, if you're a really good adult and get Santa gifts, then that would still be a problem too.
I want to use this to touch on the fact that I think Christmas is a little shitty to parents then.
Usually in Christmas movies, yeah.
No,
parents
no,
get
like I
hammered.
mean, like, well, like, I think it's a little hurtful that if you're a parent, you're buying gifts for your kids or whatever, and you have to say they're not from they're from Santa. Like
Oh,
somebody else gets credit.
classic. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a classic joke that.
Well, it depends
Yeah.
on how many
comedians
gifts you
make.
put his name on.
Yeah,
That
but
depends. Yeah, that depends.
I'm paying for them. I'm not giving. I'm not giving the in to some fat guy. I'm giving the credit to some fat guy who didn't pay for anything.
No, he made them. Nobody else
Yeah,
made
he
'em.
made. Yeah, he made Grand Theft Auto 5 on Xbox One.
No, the elves did
Especially
it. They
for
credited
me. Yeah.
They didn't
Well,
make
yeah,
the
the
game. They made
elves.
the disc.
Yeah, and the box and the.
Um,
I'm just saying. Maybe
Yeah,
that's something we need to change.
yeah, it's that kind of goes into what you're saying. That kind of goes into like the real interesting thing about Christmas in general is just how because it varies from individual to in parents to parents of how much they push the mythos of Santa Claus being real in their particular families because some kids
Like,
find out sooner than others and
yeah. I mean,
and
I believed in him until I was probably like 13. Kind of realized it wasn't it wasn't real. Sorry to anybody who's like 35 and just realized Santa wasn't
Sinister
real.
doesn't believe in Santa. That's what you're hearing.
Yeah, I just did the cardinal sin, but I don't care because I'm it's just me. But I was gonna say that I think it's interesting though from a Spring's perspective that Jason should have told Trudy to shut up and yell at her and you call her names or whatever, and not that's better than saying that Santa isn't real to protect her.
Yes.
as he says, it's a cardinal sin for Christmas Eve. I don't see how it's out of character. It doesn't diminish Jason's
No,
character at any
no.
point. But
I'm just
I get why
I
get why Springs doesn't like
Yeah.
it though.
I know why Spriggs doesn't like it. I was just saying it's funny that because I feel like if my dad was like yelling at me and calling me an idiot or something instead of telling me Santa wasn't real, I feel like that would be more harmful to me than telling me Santa isn't real.
Well,
But
also, as I brought up earlier when we first pitched it, Sprinks, what would that solve? That wouldn't change her mind on anything. She would still say Santa's going to still save everybody. I mean, that doesn't do anything except hurt her.
I think either way it hurts her. There's not a change really. It's just a
Well, yeah,
change
but she
in
wouldn't run
Jason.
away from that. She wouldn't run away from that.
Being yelled at by her dad?
while getting gunned at. I mean, no, she wouldn't run away from that. She'd probably run to her mom and cry.
I don't know.
Okay.
What I do know
And
is
that was
Jason at this
the argument.
point doesn't know there's a Santa about, or the Santa. However, Jimmy does.
He
That's why
knows there's
Jimmy's
a
prying.
Santa.
Yeah, that's why he's prying into it.
Yeah, he knows
Mhm.
there's a Santa, but he doesn't think it's Santa is real, quote unquote.
Does Trudy have her walkie-talkie with her when explaining all this?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think she's left it on the couch at this point.
Okay.
No, or
'Cause
it's
she
around
takes it
her
up.
neck, and she just
She
yeah,
has it on her when she runs, because then
Yeah.
that's how she communicates in the attic.
I assume it's on her. She's just not speaking through it.
Oh no, not of course speaking through. I mean, like, is it visually shown to Jimmy? Does he see that she has a way of walkie-talkie to
Yeah.
communicate to a Santa?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why they're explaining that she's. That's why they're explaining to her that Santa's not real because she's on the walkie-talkie
And yeah, that
in
would be
front
a
of
fun-
them. So
She has the earpiece visible,
Mhm.
but they never really acknowledge it.
Okay.
Yeah, they never acknowledge the actual thing, but it
Yeah.
if you were Jimmy in the situation, you would be able to see.
yeah, it's one of the reasons why they're pretending. That's why they're. He said that she's playing pretend.
And Jimmy
They-
does go
I'm
with it. He's like,
Yeah.
well, let's get Santa then, and disregard her. So there's enough there for him to go with it for some reason. Never
For
reason
some
that maybe.
reason.
Jimmy's a smart guy overall.
Yeah, he's a
Spent
pretty
months planning this,
yeah,
enough
he's a
to let her
pretty
go.
as he stated.
He's
Huh?
a pretty
Did you say?
Smart,
Oh,
smart
me?
enough to let her
Smart
go is
enough
what
to
he
let her
said.
go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what he said. No. I mean, I'm sure. I guess I don't know. The girl instructed people to stay at their posts. So I don't.
Yes, there is a
Sure, there
through
could have
line
been
to
some
cover that.
infighting there. I
Yeah.
guess I don't know. Also, at this point, there's only been Tinsel dead that they're aware of, right? They didn't know about Frosty yet at this
Yeah.
point.
No, they knew
Frost
that-
isn't
well, no.
walkie-talkie talk. They
Yeah,
know
he's not
they know he's
responding.
missing at that point.
Yeah.
But there's
Well,
killed 2 people.
So
yeah. Once they have the walkie-talkie talks with Santa, that's how they know Frosty's dead because he says he got a star through the eye. So they know Frosty's dead too.
okay, that was before this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess he'd be a big enough threat at this point. It just boils down to, I guess, Jimmy, how much he believes her, or thinks she's just a child rambling.
Well, I'm sure
Well, the dad
If
is
he-
trying to explain that Santa's not real. So
yeah,
I'm
I'm
going
sure
with Spring saying that he wasn't smart enough to chase after her.
I mean, Jimmy at this point doesn't even believe Santa's real himself, but he knows that there's someone dressed as Santa on the property, and
Yeah.
she's talking about that she's talking to someone.
she says she's talking to Santa Claus. So
Yeah, which
Specifically-
real
could
Santa Claus.
also be pointed at Gertrude of who did you hire, and she says it's Tacky, so could be talking to this Tacky hired Santa.
Well, yeah, that's
She-
why I
she
think
never-
he indulged it, and
Yeah.
he didn't completely disregard her. That's why I said it's down to how much he believes, and if she's talking to him or just her imagination.
Mhm.
Obviously, he didn't believe enough to send everybody. So
But realistically, even if it was the real Santa, do you think he's going to be like a big threat? I mean,
I think there's enough here. 2 guys got killed to believe he's a threat.
well, no, like a threat, but like let's send like 15 people after this guy to,
No, you
if
wouldn't
it's
send everybody.
the real Santa versus just like some guy who looks like Santa. Is there a big enough difference,
No.
in threat level? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see,
I don't think so to these people.
Yeah.
They don't see elves running around or reindeer or any other use of magic. The Christmas tree isn't come to life and attacking them. I mean, it's just a
I
guy
think-
they know of.
Bjorn is the only one that sees Santa escape through the chimney properly.
Yeah, and that's after this.
Yeah, that's
He
after.
runs away. So.
Going with the
Um,
patching himself up, I do like that his fixed needle is an ornament hook to just go with the theme, everything.
Yeah. Keeps
Though
the
wrapping paper would not be well enough to seal a wound. It's too waxy.
No, yeah, it's not that.
yeah. It crosses the line a little bit with that, but I still like, I guess, the intention of the visual for it.
We just ripped that off from American Dad.
Magic wrapping paper. I don't know how it works, but it works.
Okay, I don't.
There's no
think
I mean,
rules.
wrapping
I
paper's
mean,
magic.
he
There's no
sewed it.
rules in this.
It's true.
Okay,
It's true. Yeah,
so
there's no
it can
rules.
be. They didn't bother setting rules, so it can totally be magic wrapping paper.
Yeah, it
No,
works to their
reiterate, even
benefit,
if they,
and
yeah.
they're just, and I suppose the distaste of it. Yeah.
The annoyance of it, yes.
Yeah.
I will say, Bjorn, for a guy who's supposed to be very European, does not. He only has like a slight little accent.
Yeah, is he supposed to be Scandinavian? That's what it
Well,
sounded
the
like.
guy, the guy literally is like he's like a Scandinavian like hip hop dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I really,
Yeah.
I really like Jason's acting when it comes to like the present as Gertrude's reading. Like they have the quiet exchange pretty much.
Mhm.
So like we at that point the audience is clued into something that is horribly wrong between the two of them, in the sense that like Jason probably said some nasty things in the letter, or obviously in the intention is this is when he tells her what he did with the money, but
Mhm.
we can presume with what limited knowledge we have that it was him, like it was essentially a goodbye letter. Up until that's revealed later on.
It'd be something she would not be happy about.
Yeah, and I think both actors do a good job of portraying the tense feeling as they look at each other without getting too much across.
What emotion did you guys get out of those two? Out of Gertrude and out of Jason?
Like in that scene or
Jason goes
overall?
through
In that
like
scene.
several emotions through that scene.
Yeah.
Jason goes through multiple. And the acceptance that his mother's not angry at him kind of shocks him, I think. Like she's not
Yeah.
immediately angry with him.
Just
Or
between
she's
me and
didn't
Jason.
snap. Well, they know what the bad guys are there for, so I think it's just a mutual agreement to not give it away.
Yeah, I think the mom was angry and then proud. Obviously, she brings that up later. She didn't take it personally. It's part of the family legacy to take what you want. And I think that was portrayed through her acting there.
Okay.
You have any notes for it, Springs?
I saw Jason is nervous, and I saw that the mom is proud.
Yeah, I think it works. Both are fitting, so yeah. Crimson, do you have a point?
I probably do. All right, let's see what I got. Bert got punched, which was gold. Bert,
Yeah, that's true.
they kept using the short version, so I'll just stick with Bert. He's just funny how stupid he is. He thinks he's on top of the world. He's just a little punk.
Yeah, that's any rich kid though.
Any spoiled brat.
Any small brat.
There's a line I like when they're gonna nutcracker Jason, and Jimmy and the psych and Krampus volunteers, and Jimmy comments, "That's why I love sociopaths. Always willing to try something new."
Yeah,
it was a funny line. I quite liked that.
yeah, I liked Krampus. He was one of the goons that had character to him a little bit.
One of the three.
Very simple.
Yeah.
What? Krampus, Candy Cane, and Bjorn? Or Gingerbread?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are them.
Yeah. And Bjorn and what was the girl again? You just said it.
Candy Cane. Her
Candy
name was
Cane.
like Kira?
I was thinking
something?
Peppermint. Candy Cane.
Yeah.
Do you guys think they're too cartoony for the setting of this film?
A little bit.
They're supposed to be like serious bad guys.
They're
but
definitely
quite
on
goofy.
they're definitely on the archetypal thing. The psychotic one, it kind of
He was
falls.
fine.
He falls in. He's fine because he falls strictly into like an archetype. Bjorn and Kira, I think they are a little on the cartoony side, which
Just
works for the Home Alone references later
Yeah, I
on.
think it's
yeah,
stuck
I was
as
gonna say
Harv
but
and Marv.
yeah,
yeah,
they're Harv and Marv, but just slightly more sadistic and serious, I guess. But yeah, that's basically what they are.
and it's not
I
like
think
they're
that can lend to the
incompetent,
harm of the references, I guess, because
and it's not like
I
Yeah.
think they leaned too much into that
it's not like
for
they're
those two.
yeah, it's not like they're wholly incompetent. It's just the situations they're put in happen to be more comical.
Well, yeah, they're comic relief in situations where everybody else is serious, but they're part of the same group, so they really should be technically the same level of serious. I don't know. I Yeah, I feel like they're close enough where they shouldn't really be like they're close enough to the center where they shouldn't really be comedic. It should be one of the throwaway guys, I guess. From my point of view, but it's fine.
Yeah, because all the other goons were serious except for Krampus, which was said he kind of fits an archetype. Uh, these two you would think would also be in the serious category, and I don't think they're jokesters. They're not cracking jokes.
I
Just
mean, they're
their
not. Yeah.
stupidity in scenes are the joke, which dumbs them down to
Well,
where I think they should be.
Bjorn does get one joke off with the Boxing Day thing. It's funny and it fits the character or whatever, and it's
What I think the only stupid scene really for Bjorn is when he holds the needle up.
Oh, that
Holds
was
a
yeah,
nail
that
in
was
front of his
dumb.
No.
face.
Yeah, that
Oh,
to
I've
me
never
was
seen a nail before.
After
that to me
previously
was
just
that
being hit.
yeah, that to me was the dumbest thing because he knows bowling balls have been falling down. That to me was I think was the dumbest thing he did. I think everything else was passable, but on the line.
The way they treated those two, like starting to believe in the Santa stuff, I think also lended to the dumber side. With how they portrayed the scene, you can have serious people start believing Santa. I mean, we get Scrooge doing that at the end. And I think he did that in a good way. They just seemed too goofy.
Yeah, like I said, I
I
don't
don't
think
think they struck the balance.
like I said, I don't think the characters themselves are goofy. I think the situations they were put in were goofy.
I
I mean
guess they did lean into Home Alone.
Yeah,
I feel
like I said,
like Bjorn is more. I'm more fine with him being slightly goofy. I feel like both of them being goofy is too much. If
like I
Bjorn was
said,
goofy, yeah.
I don't think it's the characters that are goofy. I think it's the situations that they're put in. Which to me is where the balance comes in because I'm thinking about the film right now. I don't think they do anything overly goofy outside of commenting that they think they might actually be hunting the real Santa Claus, and that's not really goofy at that
I
point.
don't know.
Santa
I
Claus kind of scared
Yeah.
them into that.
I feel like I don't. I mean, I don't have anything to back it up because I'll agree with you on that point. But I feel like they do lean into it just slightly in character, not so much. I think acting wise.
You think the situations were too goofy they were put in?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
you
feel
can
like
put serious characters in goofy situations and not have the serious characters come off as goofy.
Yeah, but my point.
I think they did that in this, where they made the characters also goofy in the
All right,
goofy
then
situation.
I guess I need a citation. Then what
yeah.
about the characters specifically made them goofy? Because I don't see them at any point having acted particularly goofy outside of the one stupid point where he's aiming a needle at himself. The rest of it was
Well,
all situational to me.
Long black ears, dog nose, son named Max.
I don't understand what you said.
Goofy. I'm sorry. I tried to make a funny joke. Continue.
Oh, the dog. Got it. Okay. Yeah.
The Disney character.
Yeah. Okay. Funny. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh,
No. I
It's more with the actor's portrayal, I think, overall, because with Candy Cane, when she's stuck in like the glue traps and stuff, she doesn't act like a serious person trying to solve a problem. She's flailing around, all goofy. I'm
like I think
using
if she
that
was
word a
serious,
lot
like
right
the
now,
first thing she would do is
but
take her boots off or whatever, and then like she
I
does
think
later on.
I think she reacts accordingly. She gets thrown at cinder blocks. She catches them, cuts the cinder blocks off so they
Yeah,
can't be used,
uh,
and throws them aside. And then she hits him with a giant, punching bag, which knocks her over. So she has to straighten herself up. I thought that's all for me. That's situational, not necessarily directly pertaining to her character.
I feel like they set her up to be very serious, and she is, I feel like, serious for maybe like the first quarter, first half, and then kind of around this middle part, they start giving her little bits of stuff. They're just kind of silly, or and
Hold on. I actually might have a citation for you, Crimson. I
yeah,
think the only part where I can consider it being goofy on her part is where she's catching the handballs instead of just bringing out her gun and aiming it.
Okay,
that
then
is
yeah,
goofy.
I was gonna touch on that. I think is the dumbest scene in the whole movie.
Where she goes from handballs to getting hit with a
She,
fucking weight.
yeah,
Yeah.
a dumbbell. She is
I
standing there watching Trudy load them one by one.
yeah. I think that would be the goofiest scene that she does.
Sure. I thought that was just bad, but yeah, that can lend into the goofy aspect of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, like I said, that for me, I'm trying to differentiate right
Because
now
in the
between
beginning, when she's gutting down and slicing up a lot of the staff, she's not making jokes. She's not flailing around all crazy. Like, she's a calculated, vicious killer. But throughout this, her learning about Santa, she's got like a childish edge to her. I mean, even Scrooge is like, "I know you're an idiot. Don't say it out loud." Stuff like that. I feel like what we see in the beginning of her and the end of her are two
I
different characters
yeah,
almost.
I feel like I think I know what Crimson is kind of talking about here. Of like, I think she does come off as serious or professional and everything, but then like there's these moments, like especially Scrooge like undermining her or something, and then it kind of that takes shape for like the rest of the movie, where she's making mistakes or making like unprofessional choices or something, and it really takes a lot of the air out of, or a lot of the tension out of a lot of those scenes. I'm not saying they're supposed to be tense, but it kind of, there's too much levity for the situations.
like I said, that's situational though.
I
That my whole point was just trying to differentiate between situational context with where the serious characters are forced into this. And I think the only goofy aspect I remember of her character specifically, quote unquote, being goofy in of herself, separate from the situational stuff, is
I
when the handball stuff at the end.
I guess though,
Before she
couldn't
gets
that
the
be
handball.
like potentially like an issue of, even if it is, let's say for sake of argument, even if it is just situational, if it goes so far that it then makes the characters themselves feel goofy in general, isn't that kind of, doesn't that take it too far then? Because if we're just arguing, or if we're like, if me and Crimson are both on the side of like, we're just using the situations themselves and we're not taking, just say point, uh if it goes that far, if the situation is pushed them that far where the characters themselves then feel goofy, isn't that kind of an issue?
I tend to attribute that more to plot than character. But I do agree that the characters can be pushed that way, which is why
Mhm.
which was my whole sticking point, was just trying to separate it out. Because, like I said, I couldn't think of any things that they specifically did by themselves that were goofy. I can think of the situations they were put in being goofy. And that's why I said the handball
Yeah.
to weight was I think might be what's kind of pulling me over to your side a little bit. Because now that I have it, something example to go off
Yeah.
of.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So that's that's just how my scale works
Yeah.
in
No.
the
I
sense
know.
of like trying to differentiate the two.
I, I don't know if I said kind of your point, Crimson, or if you had something kind of,
I think
you had
you
a
said
different
that
sort
in a good way.
of. Mhm.
Um,
All right.
so yeah, I guess I'll table that as I agree. More so now
Yeah.
than I did before.
Yeah.
Um, but like I said, I would still say most of what they're in is not the fault of their characters; is the fault of the plot that's pushing them in these situations.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I'll.
I will attribute. Okay, actually, here's a
Mm.
better way to phrase it. I think that might be more of a tonal issue than it is a character issue.
Yeah. I
Though,
could
there, though,
maybe. I could
though
maybe see that.
it does bleed over to character occasionally. I think it's more of a tone issue.
I think if it's a tone
Yeah.
issue, I think that would cross over. That would cross over more than the situation. I think into the characters. How I can agree with that, because I do think they're still given the credentials that they set out with, but the tone just kind of takes all of that
It
air
doesn't
out
allow
of
that. It doesn't take the air out. It takes the air out of their credentials. Yeah.
yeah.
Crimson, would you agree with that, or is that a little different for what you're going for?
It was a little different, but I can agree with it.
Okay. Springs, do you have any thoughts on all of that?
It was a
Gosh.
long.
It was a long spiel.
I'll just go back to what Crimson originally said. I think it's a little too much Home Alone.
Then, all right. Well, Spring, since you were quiet, do you have a point you'd like to bring up about Act 3?
I forget his name. The actor boyfriend. His gift to the mom is a
Mark
pitch deck.
Oh,
Oh,
made me cringe so hard.
that was such like rich people pain.
The
You know?
gold opportunity. Just ugh.
Yeah, and I could see why none of them believe in Santa. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, with a gift like that, how could you ever believe in Santa?
Oh, Mom didn't like it.
Yeah, the psychotic guy's commentary is kind of funny and a funny overtone to that scene because it's
Of Krampus. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Krampus' overtone on that scene. I think it was like a personified feeling that I guess even the audience is supposed to feel because that's so
Yeah.
outlandish that you give someone a pitch deck for a
Yeah.
Golden opportunity. That's
Uh-huh.
what the gift was. A
I
golden.
got you a
was
photo of me on my
even-
birth. Yeah, I was there. Whoosh. Throws it.
I will say the only thing that I think was a little lacking in Krampus, I feel like he would have made her like read it out loud or something, or not just like kept it to herself.
Yeah,
It was
I would have
really
been.
hard
I
to
would have been
do that.
interesting to have her read it out loud, and the whatever she read out loud be sweet and like
Yeah.
completely a lie.
It
That
yeah, like it works either way. Works
Yeah.
either way. I was like, oh man, I thought he was gonna do like oh no, don't get off that easy.
Yeah, it would have been. It would have kept. It would because you're right in the sense that it feels like Krampus' character just stopped for him for for Jason and Gertrude to have that moment together of just looking each other in the eye. But it would have been. I would have definitely added to the scene. I think you're right. If Krampus wanted to make her read it out loud, and she just read something completely different.
Yeah.
He's also the one that brings up was this family therapy later. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like-
which would have added to it, I think.
I like the little joke of the little Santa going off, being a traitor.
Yeah, that was a nice touch for sure.
I also
They
didn't know
set
if that
that
was
up.
a little reference to Santa Claus 2
It
of Toy
might
Santa.
be.
Which that I think that's a stretch. I think that was a stretch.
That's where you're drawing the line, Crimson. That's the reference to draw the line at.
Well, just because there's a toy Santa, I don't think equals.
But a
Santa Claus
traitor
2
Toy
Toy
Santa.
Santa.
If there was hot chocolate, maybe.
I mean, it's not even a traitor. It doesn't have intentions. It's a toy.
You are a toy. Yeah.
Still Tim Allen.
One of the things I did
Yeah,
research.
still Tim Allen.
Yeah. One of the things I did research, funny enough, was if fire extinguishers explode when you shoot them, and they do.
Oh,
Actually.
that to me
He's
was
done a lot of video
Hitman
games.
right there.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's
It
the
happens in a lot of
Hitman
movies.
fire hydrant technique.
It happens in a lot of movies and a lot of video games, and it actually is true. I thought I remembered a MythBusters episode covering it, where they, it was true. They shot a canister and it exploded, but it also was true outside of that because I couldn't find the MythBuster episode, but I found a bunch of videos online that explained the force of the explosion that it would cause and stuff like that. So believable. I liked it. I liked it more after doing the research on it.
I have to take a quick aside. Did you? I quoted Toy Story, and you said that was Tim Allen. That's not Tim Allen.
No, that's Tom Hanks. I meant you're connecting Toy Story
Oh.
Tim Allen to Santa Claus Tim Allen.
A lot of Tim Allen this pod.
Yeah, a lot of Tim Allen. Maybe we should just have Tim Allen
That would be a hell
Yeah,
of
if
a
you can get
podcast.
them, go ahead.
on. You know what? We 5 years ago we probably could. Not now.
So,
I had something.
while you're thinking about it, I'll go to the Jimmy's story about why he hates Christmas when they have Santa Claus trapped.
I
Mhm.
I like it. I
Not a fan
liked
of it?
it.
I
It-
love the acting in Jimmy's eyes when,
Yeah.
especially once he knows his name, he just says, "I'm sorry, Jimmy. I don't get involved in people's lives," and I love his reaction. It's very like, oh shit, does he believe now? Obviously, he doesn't, but he like, I think he almost does for a second, you know.
Yeah,
How much
I agree.
toying is
He's
the
on the
Santa
cusp.
doing?
It was a very good scene. I quite enjoyed that their back and forths, and
Yeah,
also
it was a good scene.
You just didn't like the motive.
Okay. When he was like, "Oh, the guy, he tripped and fell, he broke his neck or whatever," but maybe he didn't. Maybe I pushed him, or I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, I kind of would have liked it better if it was one way or the other. I guess maybe
well,
I'm
like it's
Oh,
implied that he didn't. He just sort of embraced
yeah.
the fact that
I
everyone
know.
thought he
Yeah,
did it.
I know. Yeah, I know. Like why, but then it was kind of like it had me. I feel like it had me questioning, and I was like, oh well did he? Well, okay. When he was like, "Oh yeah, I didn't push him or whatever," and but then he was like, "Maybe I did." I'm like, okay, is he like, are they trying to go for like a redemption thing later on, or he's gonna try to like find the quote unquote Christmas spirit or something? Like it gave me that kind of vibes, but obviously that didn't happen. But I that's kind of like the only thing about that line I don't really like is that I feel like it was setting up an expectation
Yeah,
for
I mean,
a
with a
plot
name like
line. Yeah.
Scrooge or a nickname like Scrooge, I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
it doesn't help that you might be leaning that direction or where you think it might be going. Yeah.
yeah. Like I said, that's a me thing. I'm not saying that's a problem with the whole thing. I overall I like that scene, but that line I was just kind of like, okay, I kind of wish they'd just gone like one way or the other and kind of left it alone. Because I'm fine if he's like, I didn't push him, but if he goes like, but maybe I did, and then it's like, okay, well either you don't remember what happened, or or they're trying to make you seem more bad than you are. Or, I don't know.
I took it as
It
he
can still be
never pushed his father. Him saying maybe I did is just delving into
no,
I'm
no,
a bad guy.
no. It wasn't his dad. It was
His
As a
neighbors.
neighbor.
it was the neighbor.
Oh, the
Yeah,
neighbor got sorry, pushing
yeah.
the neighbor.
Well, like I said, I think I just embraced the blame of it. You know,
Well,
like
yeah, yeah,
they thought he pushed him, and eventually he just embraced it. Okay, this is my story. I did this. Maybe I did do it.
yeah. No, I'm like I said, fine with that. But I can understand that that's what they were going for. But it also, once you have that in, it also creates the other one of like maybe there's a redemption here. Maybe it's something else, or he's owning up to something that he doesn't need to own up to, and that'll be that's all I'm saying.
Slight butchering, but was it I wish I was the monster you thought I was. I didn't kill him, but I wish I did. Tyrion
Oh, for
Lannister.
Tyrion? Yeah. I knew exactly where we're going with that. Tyrion Lannister. It's like, I wish I was the monster you roll wanted me, making me out to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's such a Oscar-worthy speech. Emmy-worthy speech. Whatever he got an award for. um,
I remember
Crim-
what I forgot.
oh, yeah, Crimson. Take it away.
Candy Cane. Yeah, I forgot her name. Everyone had orders to kill Saint on sight now, right? After the two were dead, he was pretty much a
I
kill
think
on
so.
sight.
Um,
So
I
when
was
she was
half and
chasing him
half on
down
it.
the
Yeah, I
she
was
was
half
chasing
and
him
half.
down the hallway,
Sorry, you
and
finish.
he closed the door, and she kept trying to bash the door open. Obviously, he was leaning against it. So I was wondering why she didn't just shoot through the door, because she knows he's up against the door.
Yeah.
Because she had her gun. So
The best presumption I have, I don't think they have orders to kill him. They have orders to capture him. They want to question him first. As far as I can understand, that's what they're going for. But I would
I
have
wish I
liked
had
a
a line
line
saying that then.
specifically. Yeah, exactly. I would have liked a line specifically saying that because there's a few times where obviously they should have just shot to kill. The two security guards that were with uh Gertrude when they first arrived in the panic room, their intention is to capture. Uh, they don't obviously immediately shoot the guy with the baton, being Scrooge.
I
Like
forgot about that.
they close the distance to actually attack him, and the reason that I would presume they don't, and mind you, gunfire is already going off all around the house. So mind you, the reason
Yeah.
I presume they do that is because they want to get information. I assumed the same for this, but there's no indication in either scene of that they're trying to get information first, because that's something that would solve both, but they're not in the film. So, but there are also no orders out to kill Santa either. So I just attribute that. I'm like, well, it's kind of 50-50 then.
The closest thing is earlier when he said kill everybody but the family, and Santa would be part of everybody.
Yeah. And obviously Santa's now just an anomaly.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I can, yeah, I'm 50-50 on that. Like I said, I don't see it fully as a problem, but I can see it as a problem as well. So,
Okay.
Spriggs, you got any points about
Yeah,
Act 3?
the name thing that Santa does to Jimmy, naming off like all the things he's called. I thought that was a direct Santa Claus reference of like name, and he never says Scott Calvin. And then I wrote them all down. I'm gonna butcher these, by the way. Oh gosh, Weihnachtsmann, which is German. Julnissen, Scandinavian. Shidon Loren, Chinese. Babel Natale, Italian. Pere Noel is French, and Kris Kringle is U.S., but it comes from the German word Christkindl, meaning Christ child.
Yeah. Yeah, I quite like the naming sequence. For me, it's that Baba Yaga moment of the film. To make another John Wick reference to fulfill our quota for this script, apparently. But yeah,
Could be a reference.
Nothing
yeah.
is off limits in this movie, I tell you.
I let's see. I like this story gives Trudy the story backstory of like how he wasn't a good person, right? That's in this act.
Yeah, it's after he yeah, I think
Patches
it's around
himself
here.
up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's after he patches himself up and before he gets captured. Again, the Trudy and Santa Claus talk when you know Trudy says my father said you weren't real, and he said don't be too hard on your parents. Grown-ups have a hard time believing in things. It's one of my favorite lines in the film.
Yes.
Not that he wants his hammer skull crusher.
She
A
didn't want my
weird
hammer
thing to
skull crusher
associate with
back.
Santa.
I wish there was a little more of that. See it
Me
twice, and
too.
it's never
Cool.
quote unquote used.
Well, and then he gets it back at the very end after he doesn't need it anymore. That's a
Yeah. Second time.
Presumably, the reindeer told his wife about the problems going on, so she put the hammer on the slide.
well, yeah, no, I know why. I know why it's there. I don't know. It seems like really weird that once it's not useful, well, for this movie anymore. But
I think it's a very sweet thing for Mrs. Claus to do.
sweet.
But yeah, so anyways, just more. I think the Trudy and Santa relationship, I think, is the strongest in the film. They do a good job with that.
Something I didn't
agree.
understand is the Christmas bag isn't fireproof
Yeah, that was a little weird.
for
I,
something that
I, I
is involved chimneys.
yeah, and
It
yeah,
doesn't
it
really go
involves.
through the chimney. It's magic dust that
Yeah,
goes through the chimney.
yeah.
But I agree, it is weird that it isn't
It's weird
not
that it
fireproof.
burns up, and it's weird
Well,
that he happens to have a spare one. I thought that was very convenient. I mean, obviously they need to fix Christmas so he has a spare one. They could have not burned it. Would have solved the issue.
I don't know. I would believe he'd have a backup.
I would believe he'd have a backup, but that's just because I've seen Santa Claus. So the Santa Claus.
In
It just seems practical to me.
in this
to have
world,
a
it's
backup.
believable. There's a backup. It's not like there's only one special bag or a magical like they're not magical items individually.
Okay, actually, I think I figured out my problem with it. It just ties back to the magic system that I don't understand.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna
So,
say, I was like, that's
yeah,
that's
I
probably what
believe
it
I
is.
believe there would be a spare. I believe there would be a spare. I just don't know how the magic system works, so I don't know how valuable it is that it got burned. Because he has a spare. Does he
He
have
could have
more than
1,000
just
of them at
Oh well, we'd
Yeah,
have to
it
go
came
back
home.
to the North Pole to get it.
yeah, the Ranger did. But I'm like, does North Pole have like another 20 spare bags, or is it like just these two over the last thousands of years he's managed to just have the two? It's a magic related issue for me, which we already gave our thoughts on that. So
I don't know if that falls
Semi
in
off
magic for
topic.
me.
For the sequel, would you want to see the North Pole or not?
Well,
I'd like to see
that falls into
Mrs.
Christmas Chronicles.
Yeah,
Oh
I'd like to
God,
see.
please keep that out of this podcast. Can we bleep that?
No,
Freaking Christmas
Christmas
Chronicles.
Chronicles.
Freaking
Well,
dirt.
wow, 2 bleeps in a row. My gosh.
No,
Man, what are you saying over there?
It was for a joke, people. No, Christmas Chronicles. Yikes, especially the second
Wait, oh my goodness,
What
stop!
I
You got too
what
many
I
bleeps.
Or
We're not gonna be
Kurt
able to have this
Russell.
whole podcast out.
would I want to see the North Pole? I guess it depends because
I don't want it to
like
be a focus.
I don't want it to be a focus. I would like to see some wholesome shit with Mrs. Claus because it's they kind of imply that they have a really wonderful relationship.
Do you think it would look
David
like a Viking
Harbour-
village?
Yeah, probably.
There's probably some
Uh,
Norse inspiration, I would imagine.
David Harbour said that he would like Charlize Theron to be
Mrs.
Mrs. Claus. Yeah.
I'd be okay with that. Like I said, I would like them. I would like them to have.
I know you would be.
Yeah, I have a type. So I would like. I wouldn't mind. I would like to see them have a very wholesome relationship, but I wouldn't want it to overshadow the film. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't want to see the North Pole. I feel like it would add a different
never,
feel
ever?
to what this is. Forever, ever.
You don't even want to go to Lapland.
Seeing elves and just the workshop and stuff, I feel like adds more of a whimsical feel
Yeah, I don't want to
that
see
this
all
movie
of.
doesn't have.
Yeah, I don't want to see all of that, but I would like to see. Like I said, I would have liked to see the relationship stuff a little bit. But then again, I am into romance and all that. So,
Could
and
it
then
be
obviously we
used-
can just be the rest of it.
Crimson, could it be used in a flashback?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be how they portray it, I suppose. I mean,
Like not
They
current
can.
situation or conflict occurring in present time in North Pole, but it's like a memory he had with Mrs. Claus in the past in it. Would that differentiate like 2 separate times and places?
I mean, I agree with Ryder. I would like to see Mrs. Claus. The elves in the workshop, I think, would.
Oh,
They-
I don't
yeah,
doubt it,
change the
Crimson. I know
vibes,
you'd want
is
to
what I'm
see
saying.
Mrs. Claus.
Yeah, the tone of it. I think again the biggest worry I'd have with going to North Pole is would be the tone. As Crimson pointed out, it's like it would be too whimsical to have all the elves, the workshop, and everything else that would be going on potentially. If they did a very grounded version of that, I would be very impressed within a very short amount of time. But I would tend to caution them to not do that in order to maintain the tone they're going for the rest of the film.
Yeah, seeing the level of writing, I don't think they could ever grind.
Yeah.
It would be difficult.
It would.
If they make it too
yeah,
whimsical, obviously a problem. If they make it too grounded, where the elves look like monstrous or something, like monsters or something, I don't know what they'd look like in this world. Then I wouldn't like that either. It would be hard to find, I think, a middle ground that fits the tone of this particular universe.
Yeah, so I feel like it's better left. Like we could see Mrs. Claus, but I think if we go any further than that, I think you open yourself up to too much.
A hard balancing act.
Well, that could
Yeah,
be
a hard balance.
They could go down Norse mythology, possibly. Like with being a Viking Santa and even his sleigh conveying and how he uses his weaponry of like skull crusher, like being very Norse. The elves could be like Elfheim elves.
Oh, like frost giants? No, wait, sorry.
That's the opposite of what
Oh,
an
that's
elf
Sorry.
would be.
No, I went a different direction. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The gosh,
It's
how do you
okay,
pronounce
Ryder.
it? The Josafar, the light elves, not the dark ones.
Yeah.
I'm
That would be interesting.
lost on that.
I'd be curious to see how much they would tie into that. Yeah.
I don't know if him becoming Santa would be connected through Odin in any way.
It'd be interesting to see what they do around with the lore. If they do, I hope they do.
Oh, that'd be also a hard thing, a balancing act of the lore and everything, and having it be centered. I don't know. That would be.
I'm intrigued
but
about the second film for sure.
Yeah. I'll tell you this much:
That's
it's
how he gets
not
the
gonna.
Santa powers.
It's not probably gonna match your expectations for the lore. It's probably
Yeah.
gonna be like they're probably like sprinkled in there, but I don't know.
Even if they sprinkle it in, as long as I get something for more,
Oh, yeah.
you know.
More, yeah. That's all. We're a bunch of greedy children. We just want more,
Yeah, exactly.
more.
Give me the next present.
That is accurate. That's probably the most accurate thing he ever said.
Yeah. I find it funny that the actor Morgan Steele just punches somebody and like parkours out of the house.
Yeah, parkours.
It was very like over the top and funny.
He's gonna save us. No, he's leaving us.
And then the extraction team just fucking murders him.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was also a Die Hard reference. Morgan Steele here is supposed to be like the cocaine addict, like shooting the hostage. Cocaine addict, Die Hard.
Possibly.
I don't know.
But I don't think so because
It's just a guy getting gunned down. I don't know if I can connect the two.
Yeah.
Okay, another one. Kill Squad being bad, is that a connection to the Central Park Rangers and Elf?
No.
No.
Maybe if they rode in on horses.
Now, audience, you know we're a reference podcast, but sometimes the references go too far.
It's just
There's
easy, yes or
a
no.
lot of Christmas movies.
You don't think so?
It is.
It's just something that
You
like,
think so? I would
tickled
like to.
my
I would
brain,
like to know
so
why
I
you think so.
jotted it down.
Yeah, look, expand upon it. I would like to hear why.
Oh, the Central Park Rangers. I saw it as like
Yeah.
they're military men of like protection of an area, and the Kill Squad is to like to protect Gertrude, and the way they're like supposed to be good, but then they're like bad, and in Elf they're against Santa trying to capture him, kind of thing, or apprehend him. So in this, I saw that as like kind of the connection of that. It's minor, but it's present. I mean, even the Central Park Rangers and Elf is minor.
Let's not blur the lines here. The Central Park Rangers aren't bad guys.
Well, they're on the naughty
just-
list, and these Kill Squads are on the naughty list.
They're just guys doing their jobs, patrolling the park. They're not killing people or anything.
I thought Santa said he put them on the naughty
He
list,
said they're
and
on
they
the naughty
never
list.
forgave him.
Yeah, so they
which
can have a
is
grudge
really
for
weird
Santa.
considering they're doing their jobs, but
I mean, they could have been 12 and then beat up kids, got put on the naughty list, and then they're like, you know what, I just hate Santa. If he ever lands in the park and I become a park ranger, I'm hunting him down.
man, what a weird story that would be.
Where's our elf prequel for the Rangers?
Yeah, like the most requested prequel in all of history, the Park Rangers and Elf.
That'd be a good TV show right there.
Better than
Yeah, good might be a bit of a stretch, but interesting, maybe.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's got potential.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be better than Willow. Don't know who's making it.
That's also true.
Wait,
I-
is Elf that's not Disney.
No, it's not.
Okay, that was
Yeah,
Who
I think
did
there was.
Elf?
I think there was.
that's Warner
that's
Brothers,
New
right?
Line
Yeah.
Cinema.
Yeah.
Oh, New Lines. Ew.
More Trudy Santa Claus praise for me. I like him remembering Trudy's letters. We talked about our
I didn't
issues.
remember her name.
Yeah, I think we could talk about her. Well, how would he know her name if he
It's
hasn't
on
heard her
the
voice
list.
before?
Well, he also knew
Um,
Jimmy
the
and
presents
Bjorn
weren't
and
on the list.
Kiera. Weird. like I said, there's weird gaps in his knowledge that
Yeah, like I
then
said,
immediately get
it's
filled.
things that I find very, very sweet. We talked about the inaccuracies
Yeah.
around it.
Yes, I
Um,
know.
But I agree. Sweet. Good scene.
Let's see.
Sweet.
Good stuff.
But
And then, do we have anything else before we move to, I guess, the end of this act, which would be the extraction team hunting down Santa and the vault being opened?
I wanted to touch on. I'm sure it'll
We're on, like,
kind of
3 or
bleed
4
into
right
the
now.
Okay.
3.
Okay.
I'm sure this will kind of bleed over into the 4th one because I feel like it.
Yeah.
But I was a little disappointed with the whole extraction team setup. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough.
I kind of wish they weren't in the movie.
That's
I personally thought this kill squad was fine. It was the leader that I had issues with. I think they did a
It's
good job with
well, yeah, it's
the
the leader thing.
filming of the kill squads when they're shooting, when they're moving. They feel very professional and like an actual threat. But him, he
Oh, yeah, he's
should have been a bigger threat because he's the leader, and he didn't do squat. He
Something
got
I
shot
didn't.
in the head.
Yeah,
I
yeah, that was
will
a terrible
by
death.
an old lady.
Um,
Um,
something I didn't quite understand is if they're already bad and in on it, why did they have a whole spiel getting on the snowmobiles?
well, they're just talking about the operation, right? Which was to go there.
Go and kill, but that's not what they're doing. And they already all know
Also,
what their purposes of doing. So that's just to avert expectations to the audience.
oh yeah, that's a classic.
Oh, I
Only
see
to
what
the
you
audience
mean.
thing. Yeah.
I don't know. I would need to rewatch the scene again, but I think you're onto something, Springs, with that.
Oh, when he's giving them the rundown.
Yeah, when he's
yeah,
like,
when
"We're
he's giving us
going
like,
in
yeah,
there,
I
we're
will.
gonna take them out." It's like they already know they work together.
I don't think they. I don't think it.
There's not a single kill squad who goes, "Wait, what? We're turning." Like they don't shoot people who aren't a part of the team. Like they're all together.
What? We're making the feast for Christmas dinner? Cool.
Wicked.
Yeah, that I don't remember exactly what he says, but I'm willing to accept that that
Pulling
probably
the
is an
scene
audience
up.
thing. So sure, say that's a problem.
Yeah.
Pulling the
And
scene
he
up.
calls them names, swears at them.
Yeah, yeah, he swears at him. He's a big meanie.
He's on the naughty list. He swears too much.
He's a big meanie bobini.
Yeah, that's the only one I pull the scene up because I think you're onto something, Springs, but I don't think he ever supposed to take him out. He just calls it their operation.
Um,
But
Eric, was it Eric Majors or whatever? Is that his name?
That was Thorpe.
No, the actor guy.
Oh, Morgan Steele.
Mike.
Yeah, Morgan Steele. Yeah.
Morgan Steele's his character, isn't it? Mike is
I
the
don't know.
guy.
I think his name is. Wow, I think that might have been the worst that like the Scrooge's team was, where they let him kick Krampus and then run away out the window.
yeah, no one else did anything to stop him.
Yeah, no. Well, and then he could have taken out.
No,
he
and
had
then
the
he
ability.
hesitated. He stopped.
Yeah.
and
I
looked
mean,
back.
Yeah, I mean, they have orders to not shoot anyone in the family, but I guess he's not technically part of the family because the kill squad immediately just take him out.
Well, yeah.
But it's still weird.
Well, I guess so, but
Okay.
they don't even. Jimmy plays that later too, or Scrooge plays that later too when he's going to shoot Linda. Because we don't need actual members of the family.
Well, no, they're not extended because they definitely wouldn't know anything about the vault or the money.
They wouldn't trust the
In-laws.
whatever they think.
Yeah. Also, watching the scene where the kill squad is introduced, he never says anything specifically about the hostages or anything. So it's left up
It's
to
just-
interpret.
It's specifically about the operation itself without
Yes.
I like
giving any details away. So they can skirts around it, but I definitely agree the tone of it's a little weird.
Yeah, he just says like, now some idiot gets in your way. What do? Fuck their shit up. Yeah.
I like my
But it
operations like I like to screw. Hard, fast, and with minimal
fast.
cleanup.
He does not
Prequel
have
to
a
the-
very satisfied wife. I'm assuming.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay.
Or husband. Who knows?
Yeah. All right. You said you had some more on about the extraction team, Sinister, or was just the main
well,
thing is
yeah,
just having you
I
talk more
wasn't.
about the film?
I didn't. Well, I didn't like. I guess I didn't like how they were utilized in that they were part of it. I don't know. I feel
It's
like the whole because it makes the whole ticking clock thing meaningless by that point, and I know like they didn't like if they had that before, then it would definitely be meaningless. If they like said like, oh yeah, the kill squad's on our side, the ticking clock doesn't matter or whatever. They wouldn't say the ticking clock doesn't matter. But I'm just but
Yeah, the clock. Yeah.
yeah, there wouldn't be a clock. So I don't know. It was just like the thing of like, oh, so there's really no need for kind of them to get this because they didn't need to get it done in like 2 hours because the distraction team could just wait around or whatever. There was really no need for any get it. I mean, for efficiency maybe, but otherwise,
yeah. My thing with the extraction team is it feels like they were introduced specifically to give Santa more bodies to kill.
yeah. I mean, that's 100%.
Like I
Yeah.
saw them for the tool that they were from the beginning. Like I didn't, like I said, there's really no character except for the one that's at the computer outside the barn and the leader. And I agree with Crimson. Like there was nothing added with the leader at all.
What would have made it more interesting to me slightly, and maybe this would have made more problems. I don't know, but like if they had still been on the side of Gertrude, and they came in and they thought Santa was the threat, and they kind of had like a cat and mouse game for a little bit, and then kind of realized they were on the same side. That would have been a little bit more interesting, I think, to me than just having them be in on it the whole time.
Don't know on that one.
It would work, but again, that just requires more tweaking to other things.
Well, yeah, no,
So I won't say that flat out it's not a bad idea. It just we would have to fix some other things about the film in order to make it work.
Well, because as it is right now, they're just literally a 15-minute
they're there for fodder.
Yeah, yeah. I which doesn't really feel like I don't know. Doesn't really feel like it's that much better than just having him kind of skulking around. It's just like a mandatory, like you said, body swarm.
Because I quite liked the idea of him skulking around and having to take them out one by one.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I was just I was a little underwhelmed that they were kind of just such I was kind of hoping for more out of them than just kind of somewhat pointless. Yeah, exactly. That's okay. That's probably my biggest gripe is that they just didn't really seem to do more than just be a slight hindrance, I guess.
Yeah, that does bleed a little bit into Act 4. So I guess does anyone have any notes for Act 3 specifically?
Nope,
not me.
All right then, let's go right into Act 4. Kind of on the note of the pre-slaughter of the extraction team, I quite like the moment where, yes, it's convenient. I still like the idea behind it though that his wish was led to finding the hammer was given to him by the ring. Kind of, I like the imagery and symbolism of that. But I obviously
that's magic or coincidence.
They're one and the
It's
same in this
opposite
film.
magic,
Let's be
yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
One
Anything
and the
that
same in this
needs
film.
explanation is magic in this.
Yeah.
When he took the ring off, I thought it was like saying that Mrs. Claus been dead for a while, and he wanted to
really?
talk to her again. That's how I saw it. And then,
Oh.
obviously, by the end, that was not the case. But I thought that's what he was doing, taking the ring off, because he didn't really need to do that.
Interesting.
I just want to talk to Mrs. Claus again. That's my wish.
Yeah, I think it was just. Her. Yeah, it works in the sense that he was just fiddling with it because he misses his wife. A lot has happened. It's been a busy night.
Yeah, I mean, most people just toy with the ring; they don't take it off and fiddle with it and play with it on their finger. But so I thought it was an interesting element of having Mrs. Claus be dead, but they didn't do that.
Audience, that's the problem when you have a married man in your podcast. He knows everything about rings.
I have 20 rings on my fingers right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
It's hard to lift my hands up because it's so heavy. They're solid.
Like Mr. T has all those or had all those chains. Crimson's got a bunch of rings.
That's funny. Yeah, so I really like the moment. Yeah, I would probably. I mean, if the hammer was stored anywhere, it would be there. It makes sense. It's essentially a big
shed.
barn
Mhm.
shed.
A big old shit.
But yeah, it's there, bathed in moonlight. The ring rolls right up to it. There is definitely a sort of fateful destiny magicness about it.
That sounds like an excerpt from like The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. Bathed in moonlight. The ring.
I'm sure. I'm sure there's some lines
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that somewhere in Lord of the Rings.
yeah. I don't doubt it.
Speak friend and get hammer. I don't know.
The map will only be revealed in moonlight.
Male moonlight.
So
Male
again,
moonlight.
I like the imagery behind it. I understand that it's definitely, this one crosses the line between convenience and being magic, because there's no visual
There's no
display of magic
sound
on the
cue
screen.
or anything.
Yeah, it crosses the line as being 50-50.
Listen,
But
he
his wish
he
is
was either
fulfilled nonetheless.
he was either gonna pull that out of his bag or he was gonna find it in a barn. Right? Those are the only two, those are the only two options.
Yeah. Like I said, if there was a place for it, it would be in the barn. So I'm fine with it being there. The
Yeah,
convenience
yeah.
aspect of it
No,
is
no,
just how
yeah.
far the ring went in order for
No, yeah. I agree.
or magic,
For-
whatever. Your
So to be
preference.
fair, I've dropped something in a very small space and I have no idea where it's gone.
Yeah,
Most of the
man.
yeah, so
You
not without some realism.
yeah,
You drop something on the floor and you're like, how the heck did it end up on the roof? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
exactly. I don't.
yeah.
In
All
my
the
head,
all the pens and pencils that have gone to different dimensions over the years, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, was it
socks.
Gorp? Yeah, Gorp's
Yeah,
place.
Gork's
Yeah.
house.
Or
Mm.
check out Halloween Town 2.
um,
Brinks, I had a question for you.
Yes.
Earlier, you brought up how some of the music didn't fit. We're about to get a music scene with the Kill Squad.
Yeah.
Is this one of them?
There's something
Or-
about Christmas time, I think is the song called. Yeah, this
It's called
because
Christmas Time.
yeah, the lyrical song. I think it was too slow. Like it was just like acoustic guitar and singing while he's like stabbing everyone. It worked a little, but I think it was just not adrenaline enough of Santa
I
going on a
think
rampage.
I think it works more in the sense that it's more of a stealth kill sequence rather than him just going, because most of it is stealth kills than like straight up fighting. Though the fighting does happen, I think that
The fighting
helps.
does happen.
Yeah.
I think it helps with the juxtaposition. Like Sinister brought up earlier, having like normal Christmas music instead of this remixed stuff. Having a happy song with violence, and this isn't necessarily a happy song, kind of is, I guess, but
No,
it's not an action song. It's
like
not a high energy action song
No.
or something you'd have
like
during a fight
yeah,
scene. So I think
'cause
that adds to the fight scene in this instance.
yeah, yeah. Because I mean, any like if you have like a high intensity like metal death song or whatever, you know, it's like that's gonna go with the fight scene really well, but you're kind of gonna not really notice it because it just goes so well. So having something that's doesn't quite fit with it, it sticks with you more, and it usually kind of lends itself more to like, oh, that's interesting. I kind of like that. I don't know if I would say this scene specifically fits into that category, but
Okay. Because I was gonna go, oh, that like it hit me. That's interesting. I don't like it.
Still stuck with you though.
yeah, I mean, you
Uh,
remembered it.
I
Did
mean, if I'm
anyone?
gonna, sorry, if
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like on, if I'm gonna be picky on the song, I just don't like the poppy sound of it. Like it sounds too modern for me. I would have preferred one of the classical songs. I think.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you're gonna go like if you're gonna go like slower
The-
Christmas,
There's
yeah,
a
do
reason
the
why I love Guardians of the Galaxy so much. It's just because they take a bunch of classical 80s and 70s and 80s, I think is where most of them come
I
from.
Yeah,
At least the
think
first one.
each film
The
is a
first
different
one.
decade,
Decade, yeah. So the first one was the 70s, second one is 80s,
Yep.
right?
and then third is
Okay.
90s.
Yeah,
Wait, how
okay.
does mom get a '90s cassette tape? She died in the '70s. She died in the
That's because
'80s.
it's the Zune that his dad gave him.
Oh,
Sorry, Daddy gave him, not his dad. Whatever.
lame.
He may have been your father, but he wasn't your daddy.
Oh, Kurt Russell, Santa Claus, Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
Got it.
We brought it back around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did feel a bit modern.
Yeah.
But I mean, when he said earlier, like over the walkie-talkie, Santa Claus is coming to town, as like a cool like one-liner thing. It would have been cool if that was.
Should have cut right into the song, right?
I would have loved the classic Ronettes version of the Santa Claus coming to town, Phil Spector wall of sound. That would have been awesome. But nope, we got this. Got a bunch of remixes.
I think I would have liked like a cool rendition of like "God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen" because he's killing them all.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have done. I think I would have definitely done Santa Claus is coming to town. There was that. I don't. The Polar Express
work
would
with the
fit.
juxtaposition thing.
Yeah.
Santa Claus coming to town is good. Did any of you recognize the singer for this? I looked it up because they sounded familiar.
They sound familiar,
Not
but I did not look it up.
Yeah.
Bryan Adams, the guy who sang all the Spirit songs.
See, I was like, I think it's Bryan Adams, but it doesn't sound like as hoarse as Bryan Adams normally sounds. No offense to Bryan Adams.
So
Did you
check out our
say as
Spirit
hoarse?
coverage as well.
Is that what you said, Sinister?
What?
Bryan Adams didn't sound as hoarse.
Yeah, what about it?
Coarse.
I know. I said horse. Okay. I said horse. I said horse. Yeah. Why?
The
said
Spirit.
horse, of course.
That's funny.
Horse, of course.
Like I picked up what you said. That's why I was okay. Never mind.
Oh. I wasn't trying to be funny. It just happened. There you go.
I think the only issue that I have with this fight scene is once again selective hearing.
Oh, absolutely. There's gunfire going off in a building.
Love it.
I don't know where that's coming from.
Well, I can't tell how big this thing is. I thought it was like a moderately large shed, but it seems like a house.
You can see it
it's
from
a
the
warehouse.
outside.
It's
not that big.
Listen, it's an entire section of Warehouse 13. There's just so much in there.
Great reference. Solid
Happy
reference.
to help.
Crimson gives a thumbs up to that reference.
I think that would probably be my biggest issue with the scene is just the selective hearing. I think the action's fine. I would have even liked if him using the sound of other gunfire to leave, knowing it would attract people there to get into an ambush spot. That would have, I think, fixed a lot of it for me, just having one version of that.
I also don't think they're consistent with the bodies. He kills a bunch of people in here, and it's pretty much in the same space. It's a pretty open concept area with some slight barriers here and there. But we don't see some of the bodies laying around or getting tripped on during all this killing.
Yeah, I would have been curious to get a top-down view of the shot because it feels like they're in a maze, almost.
Yeah.
With with walls and dividers between certain spaces.
Yeah, I like the creativity of winter-themed or Christmas-themed weaponry. You know, candy cane, ice skates, snowplow. However, I think the ice skates are too sharp. It literally just decapitates a dude. I think if it was a little more
Santa
blunt.
strength.
Yeah, but I think it would have been a little more vicious if he or Viking if he punched it 6 times to get through the neck.
Yeah,
really lean into the gore. Yeah, I wouldn't have minded that. They already have the rated R rating.
One clean punch.
This is kind of the part where I start to not really like the fight scene so much because they get to that John Wick where it's just precision based, really.
Funny enough, I said it reminds me of John Wick after John Wick 1, which was not a good thing for me. I like the slaughter, but it needs. I would like a lot of it to be tightened up a bit.
Yeah, this was certainly no Kingsman church scene.
No.
I
just kind of I need more. It's way too. I feel like it's clinical. It's so he does everything in the right moment. There's no trip ups or anything. It's not as chaotic as it would be in
Yeah.
Compared to
I think a lot of it.
Tinsel.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he's getting into the groove,
and he gets his hammer. Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting it back. So that's fine, but I do miss.
Still want something.
I
raw.
miss that more rough and raw element. I feel like that was a very because it's very. I think it's very hard to get at in fight choreography because a lot of it is because because if you get that realisticness, you're gonna be like getting unintentionally kind of messed up yourself.
Yeah.
So
I
having it be
think
very choreographed is usually the way to go. But
the point where it should have gone a little bit more raw is when he loses the hammer and he's down to his candy cane
I'd agree.
to
Yeah.
kill somebody. That would have been the time to get it back to less clinical, being more
Yeah.
real and
I will
desperate.
say
Still gets
it
his hammer
does get back to a little bit more raw with the last fight with like Jimmy and everything. So it does kind of fall
come
back
back
into it.
around.
But yeah. But this is kind of a scene where I feel like it would be a lot more chaotic. It would be a lot more, the crazy kind of because all
See,
these
it's
sounds and
hard because if he was less proficient in this fight, it's
oh, it'd
less
be over.
believable he'd survive it.
Yeah, no, that's the hard that's the
It's the hard
balancing
balance
act.
you got to walk. Yeah.
Mhm.
Another thing
I
that
think it's
It's already hard
doable.
enough to believe he survived it without getting shot by it. Nope. There's like one guy who fired their gun.
And he shot himself in the foot because he got hit.
oh yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the guy. Okay, two
Yeah.
people fired their guns.
Yeah. But
When
they
he
also don't
strings
have
up-
like night vision goggles or
no,
anything or
they have flashlights on the end of their guns.
yeah.
When he strings up like 3 of them with lights and throws that into
Yeah.
the snowplow, and the first one gets cut up, and it's dragging the other 2, do they not have knives to cut the strings? Like especially the third guy, did they all just get
You would
sucked
also
in and died?
you'd also think the
Not
snowplow would cut the rope itself. So
not everyone has. Yeah, that's true. The rope would have been cut.
Not everybody has that.
Not everyone has combat knives, but I would have liked to see at least one of them make the attempt.
Well, yeah, because like I said, like I think the other problem is like they are shown to be very skilled, but with how much Santa kind of gets away with, they don't feel as like a threat really anymore. That like that's kind of like what I mean. Like I wanted
Yeah,
a little
there's a
bit,
disparity. Yeah.
yeah, like there's like a few moments where they're actually having like a fight where there's like a little bit on even ground. I just think I needed more of that to really kind of because it's a cool fight scene. There's a lot of cool kills and everything in it, but it doesn't really have that same oomph that the more one-on-one ones do, which is always the problem when you have like a multi fight scene. Is like, oh, it has to look like really cool and awesome because there's like multiple people.
Yeah. I mean, the snowplow is what gets turned on to draw attention, right?
Yeah, I mean that does attract attention.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the sound of bodies falling, metal slashing, screams, and gunfire
bullets.
don't.
Yeah, like I said, I would have preferred him like using those noises. At least if I had a visual of him using those noises at least once to attract a couple people over to him, where that he kills and then moves along, that would have been enough for me. But just the fact this one thing is what attracts attention is what bugged me.
Yeah.
Side note, right now I'm watching my neighbor set up their Christmas tree. They have a giant Christmas tree outside, and I'm watching them decorate it.
It's like, are we talking like the Griswold family tree big or?
It goes up to their roof. They have a one-story house, and it's about as tall as
Okay.
their roof.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not huge big, but it's nice. They have a
Sizable.
yeah. They're putting a bunch of inflatables out as well. I recognize one of them because it's green. That's obviously the Grinch. I think that's Frosty next to him. Anyways,
Frosty.
it's just that time of year, so I'm just commenting on what my neighbors are
Yeah.
doing in real time. So
I
yeah,
can jump to something if we're done with the shed.
Yeah. Jump
yeah,
to something.
I think I'm done with
around.
the shed. Yeah, my notes is for what happens right after the shed. But Crimson, go ahead.
Unless Sprink says anything else in the shed.
No, go ahead.
Okay. When Linda has a gun at her head, because she's not part of the family technically, she says, "Please don't. It's Christmas." I'm like, so if it wasn't Christmas, you'd be like, "Blow my brains out." I mean, what? What? That was another stupid line. Kind of like before we go with the the 30 minutes thing. It's been 30 minutes since I said that, not 5. It's same level where they didn't really think about what they wrote there.
Yeah, she's begging for her life. I would have liked something a bit more because Linda's a character I've tried to like throughout the film, and I haven't. And the actress is doing a good job. I this would have been a moment to try and endear us to Linda. I don't think they did it very well because, as you say, that's just a fumbled line. This is felt like a placeholder in the script.
Yeah, something that didn't go back to. Because obviously they don't care about Christmas, so it's kind of not a great attempt on her part.
I wish there was something said, and I think it would have helped explain. Like, if something about Linda, like, she never celebrated Christmas as a kid, or never grew up with it, or something along those lines, because I think that would help her reaction to everything Jason does for Trudy. And then maybe a little of this, like, she's trying to find reason for the holiday that she's never done. I think that could have helped her character.
Yeah, I think that could help her a little bit. Wouldn't detract for sure.
Yeah, I would definitely have helped. I think it would definitely explained a lot of her reactions to things. So I'm in agreement.
At least the mom, she didn't throw him under the bus or anything. She wasn't like, he knows where the money is.
Yeah, good job, Gertrude's. Gertrude, despite
She's-
being a horrible bitch, actually loves her family, which is says something about her, I suppose.
I
Or
mean,
at least
I
she
like-
loves Jason.
At least Jason.
I
Yeah.
really like
Yeah.
Gertrude's line of "Don't shit in my mouth and call it chocolate cake."
That was one of the quotes I had written. It's a good
Think
line.
you're gonna use that in your day-to-day life at some point?
No, that's got cursing involved.
Well, I
What
was not talking to you. I was talking to Springs. Yeah.
That one, no. What I probably will use is holy shit.
Santa's gonna eat through these guys like a plate full of cookies.
Head full of cookies.
Now, stuffing a grenade down someone's pants, is that Pineapple Express?
My
think
issue is that it was
so.
longer than 5 seconds.
No, it lasted. Yeah.
I
just gotta-
still
I just
like
gotta
it,
see it.
but
I just gotta see.
I think there's several movies where grenades get put in pants.
There's also, I mean,
Yeah,
Parts of the
there's a
Caribbean.
few.
He gets put inside the guy, and then he gets,
Oh, the
That's true.
skeleton gets the grenade in his
Yeah.
torso.
not fair.
not fair.
That bomb also had a shorter fuse than this grenade.
That's
Mhm.
true.
That's just silly.
And then I think we have Trudy's traps from her Home Alone rendition traps.
These were so painful to watch because they're like every, I think, fear I've ever had of going up into an attic or something or ladder. I don't, anything.
Yeah.
Why do they have 50 bowling balls? Maybe that's the family business. They run a chain of bowling alleys.
I
That
do
was
like
that was a little odd.
that her Home Alone traps are taken from Home Alone because that's what she watched. They're not just like she came up with new stuff.
Yeah. It's very childlike in that manner. It's definitely within Trudy's character just to do that. And obviously we get to see the darker side of those traps because it's brutal.
Yeah, she copied ideas. She didn't creatively come up with them.
I don't.
The spiked floor trap was hers.
That was, that was
Oh,
pretty,
the mat with all the nails.
Yeah, that was
in
hers.
front of the in front of the draw.
The nail on the step, that's from Home Alone. The ornaments on the floor, which I always thought was a stupid trap, and they did it here. I don't know why.
Getting hit
the
in the head
And
with
the
a swing
slingshot
stuff.
was, the slingshot was the feathers in Home Alone.
Yeah, the glue. Also
Yeah.
from Home Alone.
Also, the fact that the glue tore out her hair, I think further proves a little that in Uncharted fan film, it was a fake ponytail.
That's funny.
No, this glue is a problem I have in this whole
Because
trap
where did
thing
it come
anyways.
from? That was so powerful.
No, I'm sure they can
That
have
should-
some
that
super
that
glue up
should-
there.
That should be a problem.
No, it's inconsistent on how strong it is. Because if
at
she's
one point
able to push herself off the ground with her hands, she can lift her feet out of this thing. That was
No, well, her issue is that it's now
inconsistent.
her issue is now that now it's stuck to her boots. I think that was why she ended up leaving her boots behind.
Yeah,
No,
does she ever?
She first
move her
tried
boots?
to lift.
She does
She
try to
tried
lift her boots,
but it
yes.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Okay,
But
I
she
think
moves
this.
forward a little bit though.
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
she?
what I'm saying. I think the
No?
spacing between them is different. For her first,
That's true.
where she's standing, to then when she's removing the boots, she's moved like 2 feet.
That's true. That's an error.
Yeah, that's an error.
But yeah, she steps in it. She tries to get out of it, but the glue is too strong, so her feet are still stuck to the floor. And she eventually gets knocked on her back, which is just more surface area for the glue to keep her down to. And she pushes her arms down, and her whole body lifts up, and she stands upright. There would be way more force required to pull herself up from that than her just lifting her feet up to walk. And that's not consistent.
She's a strong lady.
Strong woman.
But
Yeah,
yes, I see what
and
you mean. Yeah.
in her legs. Yeah, it doesn't work.
As you said,
Also in this,
goofy.
in this scene, Trudy is in a different movie. She's not in like a.
She's in Home Alone.
Yeah. Well, also, how did she get that weight to
No idea.
slingshot?
Mm-mm.
Oh, the dumbbell?
They did a sound
Yeah.
effect where you could hear her reloading it. I'm like, she's not doing that.
Well, 'cause you also have to launch it.
Well, there was not enough tension in that band to launch that weight.
It's just the fact that
At least not
Candy
in the
Cane
way it
just watched
launched.
her. She watched her load it in and then get
Yeah.
hit in the head with it.
Like I said, that for me is the goofy part. For that's
Yeah,
like, um, and obviously poor Bjorn gets fucking
He got what he deserved for being stupid.
yeah. Everything up to that
I
point
know.
was like, man, that sucks. Oh man, that hurts and it sucks. And then he held it up to his head. I'm like, well, you deserve what happens next now.
Then again, with the blood flow coming out of his leg when he roofed the nail, that hit an artery.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely hit an
Oh,
artery.
well, yeah, he was not gonna
That was
last.
He was not gonna last.
That's probably why he was so loopy, is from the blood loss. That's why he was being so stupid.
That was kind of like I don't want to say production error, but when he pulls it out and the blood starts coming out, you can see the blood packet in his pocket or whatever move when he pulled. So you can tell there's something under his pants. So,
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Interesting they didn't reshoot that or do anything with it. They just kept that.
It's expensive.
It looks gory. I mean,
it does.
Good job, but
It's like the scene where Ash pulls the tree branch out of the guy.
Funny enough, I was thinking of another Evil Dead thing. The blood almost looked like the blood from the eyeballs when he was pushing the eyeballs in. It looked like a thick paint than blood.
Also, yes.
Yeah, there was a way that the
I was going for the movement part, and you were going for the blood part. So we both got there.
Double Evil Dead. Check out our coverage on Evil Dead.
Crimson, good plugs.
Yeah, I've done like 5 already.
I think you plugged both the Halloweens.
I did.
That's true. Yeah, we all did. Well, he actually plugged them, but we made the references.
I plugged a Christmas one, so.
I got Springs. Got anything?
I think it's still this act. Krampus just hesitating with the gun, saying like, "Oh, I can shoot you all now," and they're like, "No, shoot this person, shoot that person." He's like, "Shut up!"
Yeah,
and then they all
Who am I
gang up
gonna
on him.
shoot first?
It's like just shoot one of them.
Yeah,
Shoot all of them.
He was out of character, I think.
Yeah, there's a shot as well where we are looking down the sights of the gun, and the gun is like not. It's at hip fire range, even though it looked like he was aiming down sights. So there was an inconsistency there.
Well, he's shorter than all the other guns, but
yeah, and I'm just saying there's still an inconsistency there with the way it was shot.
Yeah.
And there's an angle where he's like holding it up to his eye to aim at them, and like it cuts away and it's hip firing essentially, or like in the next shot.
Yeah.
And I think yeah. Well, I like Trudy and Santa reuniting, and he's like, just say "Jingle Bells" as loud as you can. I quite enjoyed that.
Face the wall. Close your close your ears.
And sing Jingle Bells as loud as you can.
Innocent, naughty.
I wish we got to see what happened to Candy Cane.
wasn't pretty. I'll
With
tell
how
you that much.
gruesome deaths we've had in this, they don't show her head getting bashed in or anything.
Yeah, it was I don't know. It's kind of I understand why they cut away, just for efficiency. Like we know what he's gonna do, but at the same time, they've committed to all the other gruesome gore stuff. So why not commit to this?
I honestly, I feel like the nail stuff was more gory than probably getting her head smashed.
Getting a nail
Exactly.
in the upper of your jaw. Just oof.
Yeah.
Hot fuzz right there.
Oh, that yeah.
Really hurts.
Ugh. Terrible.
Oh God, I love Hot Fuzz. I forgot about that.
You know what's weird though? I feel like the nail one is worse somehow. I don't know why, because it's not as bad, but it's probably because I feel like that's more realistically would happen. Like you could
You're more likely
realistically
to die from a nail through the head than
well, no,
hammer to the head.
obviously the whole fence post thing can happen too, but or that thing can happen, but I feel like a nail is something I encounter way more often in my day-to-day life, so that it affects me more.
Yeah, it's very visceral. I'll grant you that for sure.
I like that one, like the other, like the post one, way worse, way worse. But I encounter regular nails more often in my day-to-day life, so it's much more visceral, in my mind.
That's a name. There's a word for that. It's a type of phobia thing of like more common household items are more scary than things designed to be scary. It's like
Yeah,
mustard
because you see
gas
it every
kills
day.
so many.
Yeah.
That's terrifying. It's like, yeah, when's your interaction with mustard gas? It's like someone trips and breaks their neck on stairs, and people are scared of stairs.
Yeah, I mean, people are afraid of bathrooms.
It's
I'm
true.
afraid of the fear.
Yeah, there's something. It's called something though. It's like household.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I
fear.
don't.
Yeah, everything's
They
got a
do.
name at this point.
Crimson's got a name.
We do
Ryder's
like
got a
our
name.
labels. Yeah. Let's see. I do like one of Linda's lines that I do like was just it's nice to do something as a family for a change when they actually kill, or they beat Krampus and then before they kill them because he kind of gets knocked
Nothing.
out.
Nothing helps a family bond more than assisted murder.
Exactly. Yeah.
I didn't like that actually
Oh, interesting. Why?
because it didn't seem like a real human reaction. She's a normal person, and she just assisted in killing somebody at that point, even though he wasn't
Oh,
technically dead at that point.
yeah. Let me clarify. I don't think it's in character. I like the line.
Why was
Okay.
Why was Linda
Well,
given the
sure.
gun
Okay.
again?
You'll accept that?
Because she's gone hunting before.
Hunting. Okay,
with
so she's
assault
killed
rifles.
things.
Well,
Well,
people
we don't
people
have.
go
She's gone
hunting with
hunt.
sword rifles all the time, so can't really use
I'm just.
that.
Well, you can go
that helps a
hunting and
little.
not kill
That's what I'm
anything.
saying. She's
Yeah.
murdered.
I mean, she's
things.
not good.
Killing ducks aren't the same as killing a person.
But she has more killer intent than the sister and the son.
Well, the sister's the one that actually kills him.
Well, yeah, the final blow. But I think all of them beating on him have the intent to kill.
Well, because they've also been around him for several hours and know he's like a sociopathic piece of shit. So
So they
Well,
definitely have the
kinda
intent to
like-
defend themselves for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that we're trying to kill him. They just incapacitate him in some way.
then he got
'Cause,
back up, and they're like,
when
"Oh,
they're like, is he dead?
Then the killing thing was reflex, I think, more so than intent. The actual killing of him.
Because
Yeah,
if they wanted him dead and they thought he was unconscious here, they could have stabbed him in the head while he's on the ground. And I don't think there was murder intent in this.
so unpoetic."
Mm-hmm.
Just stabs him in the head when they're asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good old days. Yeah, I don't. She's not a very good shot though.
No, she's not.
He's a better shot than they are. That was a point.
Well,
I have that. I think that's the next act.
are we gonna bring up the stormtrooper?
If we can bring up Starter Ram, that's pretty much next.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty much the end of the act. So, yeah, they all meet Santa Claus too. That's
So
pretty
they all
much
go
it.
to the end of the movie theater.
Yeah, they all meet Santa Claus. And then I think that's pretty much the end of this act. Do you have anything else for it? There's a lot of action in this act.
A lot of action. I don't know if there's a lot of like really meaty stuff though, other than like character stuff, I guess.
All the meaningful character stuff was just through Trudy and Santa reuniting, and then the family going outside. So Jason went outside with Gertrude, and they have that exchange that kind of puts Gertrude's reaction into context of how she's actually proud of Jason for doing what he did.
It's a nice little throwaway
That was a
moment.
good scene.
Yeah, I quite liked it too.
I guess the point I have is more of an overarching point. But I only wrote down one thing in relation to this act, which was the slow-mo hammer hit on Candy Cane. I liked it. Felt the impact. But the overarching point is I like the use of the slow-mo in this. It's not egregious. It usually helps to emphasize an impact. And I think it's well utilized. They used it a couple times in the shed.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, so Spriggs, do you have anything left over from this act?
I do not. No.
All right, then. We move along to Act 5. So, pretty much from when Santa Claus introduces himself to the family to the end. Anyone want to volunteer to go first?
There was a dick shot.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
There was, in
specifically
fact-
balls is what he
Ball. My ball.
Oh, my balls. My balls.
that's-
Why'd you have to hit my balls?
Definitely for comedy.
Yeah.
One thing I mean, okay, I'll say I do like this. I understand that she's a better shot than professionals for some reason, but I do like the fact she's missing most of her shots. She's not instantly like the best there ever was at aiming her gun.
That's true.
It annoys me that she's like up against Stormtrooper aim, but I do appreciate the fact that she's actually missing shots.
If you're going against Kill Squad members, they should orient in reloading one at a time so there's constant fire.
Yes.
And they should be walking
They would be
forward
communicating.
too.
Yeah, they would be communicating, and like I said, I thought the point of it was she was distracting for Santa to disrupt when they get in a more uniform thing. Obviously, they didn't manifest, but Santa does still disrupt like their shooting and everything.
This whole manger fight with Jason, Linda, and the one guy. I don't. Is that Gingerbread? I don't know what that guy's name was.
Oh,
they said his name in the very beginning, and that was pretty much it.
is this
But
one
that
Jingle?
goon, I'll just say that guy. That
Gingerbread
guy
is Bjorn.
with the fight.
Yeah.
Oh, Bjorn's. Either way, the guy they fight makes me really dislike Jason even more than I already did up to this point. He was so pathetic here. I don't need him to be a fighter or anything, but he's wailing and what is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have liked something from Jason here. Like, I understand he's got a broken finger, so you have to work around that, but he's still got another hand, you know?
Yeah.
He fights like a child in this, which bugs me.
Well,
and then
he's
he
actually
gets
like a
chucked into the
hindrance.
hay bales, and his wife's or ex-wife, whatever the situation is getting choked out. I'm like,
The
okay,
situationship. Yeah.
He's going to jump in. He's going to hit him. He's going to help her. No, he was just laying around. He didn't even get knocked out. He was gone from that scene.
Yeah, he just was teleported out, which
He
was
was
very
out of-
unfortunate for him.
He needed to save herself, so she did. He wasn't around to do anything for some reason.
I feel like that's kind of a little bit of an issue for me, slightly. I feel like she was still doing all the work and he did nothing. So I don't feel like the relationship should have really mended itself at any point there, because all he did was technically, I mean, he tried, but he didn't accomplish anything. And I feel like I feel like if they're building to something there, he should have been able to come in and do something.
It would have been much more. It would have been much more meaningful if they both contributed to the death. Like,
yeah,
like I don't. He doesn't. They don't. I don't. I want them both to be losing separately, but when they're working together, they manage to win. That's kind of what the obvious thing to do here.
Yeah,
you show bonding
Like
on screen through their actions. You know,
exactly.
They fight the robot and then they look at each other and say, "Oh, I love you." Boom.
Yeah, exactly. God, The Incredibles is such a good script. But yeah, like I said, it's the obvious
They rob
thing to
Jason
do.
of anything here.
Yeah,
even when
they
he's
do.
trying, he looks weak. that's not something she probably likes.
Yeah,
like,
they definitely they robbed him of any agency in this scene, which is a shame. This was a missed opportunity here to strengthen their getting back together.
This also does I think it's a trope that I don't care for very much is when Linda pulls the trigger to shoot at the guy and, there's no more ammo. And then she goes, I wasn't trying to kill you. I don't like that.
I don't remember her saying that, but that sounds like something Linda would say.
I'm also blanking on that. Which part was that?
Well, they're standing next to each other after they're about to kiss, Jason and Linda, and then they see the guy. So she aims her gun and Jason puts his hands up. She pulls the trigger, no bullets come out. So then they get in a scuffle, and then I think after Jason goes over the hay bale, she goes, we're not trying to kill you. I go, you just had the intent to shoot him.
I don't know how I don't remember that, but if I'm
Wait, what
imagining that's
what
correct,
scene
and
is
I
this?
agree. I'll agree with that. That's
I don't
stupid.
remember what.
I'm watching the scene right now.
Alright, there's during
see
the
if
hay
it
bale
comes up.
scuffle.
I mean, I can believe. First time I saw this last year, I didn't like it, so I was kind of half watching this part because I didn't like it. So definitely could have missed that part.
I mean, it could also fall in line with Linda, when Scrooge grabs her and she goes, it's Christmas.
Yeah,
If that's to go with her same knowledge.
we're not knowing how to talk to people. Please don't. It's Christmas. We kind of did touch on him leaving the money there. It's a little odd why he did.
Yeah, I assumed he eventually would have planned to put it away.
Oh, when Jason moved the money, that's where he put it?
Yeah. I'm fine with him hiding it, but I would need a reason why he didn't take it with him when he left the house. When he
Well,
stole it in the
why?
first place.
Well, why are they like? Why would they go out to like the nativity scene?
That's the thing. It is hidden, but with how many trips he would have had to go back and forth moving the money and no one caught him or saw what he was doing.
Yeah, we just don't
Like I
know
said,
how he
it just
procured
it happened before the film.
But it would have
Yeah.
been a day
All right.
before.
There is no line that Linda says, Springs. I rewatched the whole scene. Linda doesn't speak when he gets up. He just can't aim her gun and the fight starts.
Huh. Did I mistake?
Is this a Spring saw a different movie thing again or something?
No, this is the Mandela effect, right?
Oh, the Mandela effect. There's another version of this movie where that scene is in there and it makes it even worse than it already is. The scene, not the movie.
Yeah, no,
in relation to his heist, I don't need to know how he did it, but I just need a
we
reason
didn't
why he
answer
didn't
why it's in the
take it.
nativity scene. Yeah,
Yeah.
the reason why it's in the nativity scene would have helped. Yeah, because I'm with Crimson. We don't need to see the heist on screen because there's already quote unquote a heist ongoing, even if it's slow moving.
Yeah. All we really know regarding his heist is he did the day before, and he presumably had access. That's all we really get on it. I don't think we need anything else. He would be welcomed in the compound, so security wouldn't stop him. Probably. I don't know the layout. I don't know if he took it during transport. If he was the transport, who knows?
Yeah, if he was the transport, he would never have just taken it right to the house, which would be weird.
Yeah.
It is nice that
then we have.
I was gonna say it's nice that Trudy got what she wanted for Christmas. For her parents to make
Yeah.
it.
Sure. Yeah. Santa Claus does have the power.
Yeah. Unearned, but yeah, they got back together.
Yeah, absolutely unearned. Like I said,
because of the magic. That's what happened.
The Santa magic. It's one of those things where it's such an easy thing to do. Just make the two characters work together as a team. That's all you had to do. That's what characters growing together on screen is like script writing 101. And they dropped the ball, man. It sucks. And then we have the snowmobile chase scene. I have no idea how Santa caught up to them on foot. But
I was like, why did he?
He cut through.
I thought he was. I thought he was riding that sled the whole time, and then I realized he was just running the whole time with
He
it.
was
Like
running.
And
but
then
but
he
then
used it at
why
the
did he
end.
have it? Yeah, why? How did he know that he was gonna need it later on? Why didn't he run?
Presumably, he got a nice aerial view of the place, so he knows
Yeah.
the layout. But I don't know how he caught up.
Well,
Other than
I
it's
think he was going straight while they were going. They were following a path. Santa wasn't following a path. So like their
yeah,
path
but
could
that's
have gone
still
east before turning around, giving him time to catch up to the path. Because when he saw them, they were below on a path
that
curving around.
that's the intention. They didn't curve around enough. They didn't go far enough to
No,
have
no,
this
the
be the
shots of them all
situation.
were just straight.
Yeah, like I said,
It
I
also
agree
lends
that's the intention. It's just that wasn't portrayed well enough.
that lends to Santa actually knowing the area and timing where he think they would be at the time.
Yeah. Like I said, he has an aerial view or had an aerial view when he first arrived. So I'm okay with him knowing the general layout of the place. But it's just lucky that he reached them in time pretty much to steal a bike.
Since we are doing popcorn, I'll jump somewhere.
All right.
The post-credit scene.
Oh yeah, Bert.
All I wrote with that was Logan Paul post-credit scene.
Yeah.
I wrote
Uh,
dead body live streamed. Oops.
Oops.
yeah. Yeah.
Account banned.
Twitch is gonna dox him for that. Yeah.
Well, if he was
Twitch.
streaming to Twitch,
That's true.
I think most streaming services
I
do
think
not
most
allow
streaming
filming
I
of
services.
think
corpses.
Bert was probably using Kick.
That's still
That does not.
bannable. I would
Yeah, Kick would
I don't
still
think
ban
that
him for
exists.
it.
I don't think that's a thing anymore.
No, Kick still exists.
I know it still exists. I don't think anybody would have a platform on Kick though. Is the
It's a
defining thing
backup.
there. Yeah.
It's a backup. It does offer better deals than Twitch. It's just not popular enough to be like a big thing.
What was Microsoft's thing called again?
Mixer.
yeah.
That's dead.
Oh
about
God,
Mixer.
everyone forgets about
Mixer.
Mixer.
Yeah,
It's
Mixer's
like
Dude,
what was
way
it?
to
Was
go,
it?
Ninja. Way to go, Ninja. Got paid like $25 million for something that
It's
didn't
100
last
million.
$100 million didn't last a year. What a
Yeah.
fucking champ.
What
Ugh.
what was the other one? Google Plus that didn't go anywhere. It was on a streaming service. It was a social media service. Google Plus, something like that. I think.
Yeah,
I know that's a
something like
thing.
Google.
I don't know if
That is a
that's what
thing.
it
I don't know
is.
if
Yeah.
I got absorbed into something else. I'm sure that's usually what
Oh,
people
Probably.
does, or they just drop things.
Let's just say that probably any reputable wide brand streaming service would probably not host a dead body. That would probably be on like bestscore.com or something. You were right. It was Google Plus.
Cool. There. Let's see. What do we think of the? I like Jimmy's reaction to finding the naughty list. Like he's just finding his name, and you see all the stuff that
fucking
pops
real.
up for him.
Yeah, him coming to the realization that he's real Santa, I think that's fine. I think the line he says is the dumbest line in the movie.
That
Bold
this is
claim.
the last Christmas.
No, you're real. You're him. You're you.
That's the
No, that's
dumbest line in
fine.
the movie.
I thought
That's
that
fine.
was dumb.
Nah, that's fine. It's perfectly reasonable to assume when you're in awe to not have the most coherent words.
Linda, it's Christmas. I think is the dumbest.
Yeah,
for
I'm
me
gonna go with the
personally.
Linda line. I think I'll say that it's not the best line in the film, but I think the actor does a good job of making it believable. That he's too awestruck by the fact that Santa Claus is real.
It does feel more like a movie line than a real person line. I'll give you that. But, worst line, I don't agree on that one.
I didn't even jot it down in my notes for reference, but the your 3 times in a row, I didn't know if that's to Grinch. Cindy Lou Who.
No,
I think
I
that's a
know
little
I know
too
you're
loose, but-
referencing. That one's a little too loose. Man. So what do we think about the last fight between our Jimmy and Santa?
Well, Santa
I
does
like it.
something out of Resident Evil 8, which is pretty cool.
Which part would that be? I
when
haven't played
he
the-
removes his hand from the pick
Mm.
in the chimney.
Oh,
I love the execution. It was awesome.
awesome.
Which kind of implies Santa does have an element of control with his magic. Because why would Jimmy be like half magical in that instance? Part of him materializes with Santa, but obviously not all of him. Which is
Well,
why
I think that's just down to
blows
spatial.
up.
I don't.
Oh, going through
Oh,
the
you've seen it?
chimney.
Yeah, when he pulls him.
Yeah.
Oh, I never saw
I
that
didn't.
as him materialized at all,
No, yeah, I didn't see materialize at all. I saw him as just pulling Jimmy with him.
and it cut off his head and limbs.
Well, the whole like magical effect was wrapping around his arm while he was getting pulled and stuff.
He's being held on to Santa, who's all dusty.
Yeah, I know what you're. I guess I kind
I'll
of
have
get what
to
you're
see it
saying,
again.
Crimson. I guess I
mean,
didn't. I didn't
yeah.
think you see as the magic him affecting him. The magic was just holding on to him,
The effect of
which
Yeah,
is still
him
implies
also
a level of
He takes
control.
because his body at the end takes up the same amount of space as Santa's bag does, basically. So I think it's not really meant to have another human being transport through other than himself. That's how I read it, anyways.
And I think it works because if we're going with the whole belief aspect, Jimmy actually believes he's real now. So
Yeah. No, I'm now with what I've heard over the podcast so far. I'm on the belief side is the power of the magic. However, I think it's very convenient. This last fight happened out in the middle of nowhere with a chimney.
Agreed.
yeah, it's a rundown house, but I still would have liked to get some more reason for a chimney to have been out there. It's still it's definitely like it's there for the purposes of this gruesome kill.
Oh yeah, I think there's
Mhm.
even a shot
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shows the chimney and goes up to the top of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
Yeah.
that's right before their fight, or right when they get
That's when
blown
they
out.
get chucked into the ice. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know why Jimmy didn't just shoot Santa while he's going at him instead of using the stump.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like, see, the Joker doesn't shoot Batman because he's trying to prove a point. I don't know why he's not shooting Santa because he doesn't have a point to prove.
Because I was like, okay, he's going to use the stump and then talk to Santa. No, he uses the stump. Santa goes flying. Then he shoots up the building. So obviously his intent was to kill him. So why didn't he just shoot him?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like I there need to be some explanation for that. Like if it could have been even something that Jimmy wants to kill him personally, like hand to hand, because Santa's ruined years and months and years of planning for this particular heist. So like that could have fed into wanting to go into hand to hand, but we don't really see that because he doesn't know Santa's real yet. Like that seems to be the tipping point. Of the
Also,
thing.
also, if I was like, okay, this guy just decked like a whole team of like a kill squad with like a hammer. Maybe
You
I
might
just
really
want
want
to
to
shoot
go in
this.
hand to hand.
Yeah, yeah. Like this guy seems to be really good. Maybe I should just shoot him and have this be over with. That kind of piggybacks onto I think another one of the dumb scenes in this movie. Where he starts burning cash because Santa is cold, and nothing
Oh, nursing the
happened.
wounds, putting pressure, actually something useful.
Yeah.
Another Nick and Jason, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I
that was
Thinking,
dumb.
but
That was
not smart.
Yeah, here's my thing. I think Santa Claus and Tree are the best characters in this film. I think the family, at least in terms of Jason and Linda, they're fairly consistent up until the last act of this film, pretty much, or from, I guess when they go outside, I start feeling like their character writing kind of goes out the window in favor of other things.
Yeah.
Because for me, that just diminishes intelligence. Like, yeah, keep him warm, burn the money, but also apply pressure to wounds. You can do both.
No, only the little girl can apply pressure. No, nobody else. No, I was just like, it would have been okay if it had gone somewhere, if there was some, reason for it, but it was literally there was no point.
I mean,
just to bolster their relationship. Oh, you don't really care about the money.
the point of it was that he no longer cares about money. It's to show the audience that, but they could have worked that in much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, far better.
I really love Santa's reaction to the reindeer when they fill up. He's still angry at them, but then he warms up to them because they brought this spare bag. It's just one of those things where it's just like it shows a long relationship with them without having, in a one-sided way, without having to do too much with it.
Yeah.
That sparked a memory of something I was going to bring up way earlier in this podcast.
All right, bring it up now.
They set up the reindeer poop on the roof. They reference it during the interrogation. Once he goes through the chimney and gets shot out and rolls down the roof, I'm like, okay, he's going to roll into it, and that's going to be funny. Didn't happen. They didn't do that. I
You're
found that a
disappointed.
little odd. They didn't do that.
Yeah. I guess it's mentioned enough that it's
I
kind of weird they didn't do
I
something with
kind of
it.
had a similar expectation. It didn't happen. Yeah, we're really highbrow here on this podcast. I mean, poop is kind of
Any more
like the
poop
only
jokes?
thing. Yeah.
Here's an interesting question for you guys. How would you rate the quality of the comedy for this film?
Mid-tier. I mean, it's passable. I think there are some moments that make
There's
me
hits,
laugh,
there's
but I feel
misses.
yeah.
I'm also mid-tier, 50-50. I laughed at, I smiled and chuckled and maybe laughed. I laughed out loud for maybe 2 jokes, but I smiled and chuckled at a couple other ones. At least half of them, I think. And the other half I didn't at all, even though I understood they were jokes.
And then
I'll
there's
agree middle.
Low.
Yeah.
There was 2 things that made
Not
me
very
smile.
funny.
But there was one thing that you said like made you just, guffaw.
Did I?
You were like
so.
that. That was the second fight with Frosty. You said that made me laugh. That got me.
Oh, the video game thing, pulling out video games. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But that wasn't.
I think
comedy?
that being said, I think most of the jokes are pretty well done on this, like quality wise, even if it didn't personally make me laugh.
Well, there's a reason it's an
Setups,
action.
the characters make sense with what they're saying.
There's a reason it's an action comedy and not a comedy action movie.
Yeah, the comedy is secondary, but I think they do an average job with it. Like I said, the comedy didn't necessarily impress me,
But
I think it does its job.
if this was like a out and out just comedy movie, it would be a bad comedy. But as it stands, it's what it is.
Let's see. Check my final notes here. Does anyone else have any final notes here for towards the end of the film?
When he's saying bye to Trudy, the instrumental of Silent Night being done over it was very nice.
I like that as well.
Santa dies.
Which again, instrumental pieces I did really enjoy.
Oh
The
yeah,
lyrical
we
stuff,
skipped over. I'm sorry, Crimson. We skipped over the uselessness of the extraction team captain.
But let's have Springs finish what he's saying real quick.
Sorry.
No, that's what I was saying. The lyrical parts I didn't care for. The instrumental parts I thought were really good.
He was saying that the Silent Night stuff over Trudy and Santa Claus goodbye was good, right? Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll talk about it later. I was going to bring up a different point. Completely wasted potential. He came off as cool in his introduction to me. I don't know if anyone else thought that, but
he's like just
he didn't
get it
do
done
anything.
kind of guy. No.
Yeah.
I mean, he shot Santa.
And his death was so pathetic.
They gave
shot by a
Gertrude
little
more
lady.
to do than Jason.
Yeah.
Which is again a choice.
He was so
Because
fixated
Jason's
on shooting Santa in the head that he didn't hear Gertrude next to him.
Crunching snow.
Crunching
it's
snow
true.
on her Gucci and Gabbana.
I mean, it's possible to sneak through snow. I taught myself to do it.
Yeah, but it's Gertrude.
It's Gertrude. It's very difficult to do. It's not an easy thing to do.
There's a reason why she hires Kill Squad.
Yeah. But clearly they weren't worth the money.
Yeah, I do like
Yeah.
how he's like, I don't know what's going on here, because he hasn't really been a part of what's been going on here. Because he's useless.
Again, I just don't
He's
like.
he's just the key. That's all he is. He's a key.
So
Nothing more.
$300 million. There was all of Scrooge's team. I think it was about seven to nine people.
Mhm.
So then you
Oh,
got,
yeah, the
and
kill
then like
squad.
the kill squad is like 30 or 40 or about, around there maybe.
Probably around
Yep,
30.
yeah, 30 to 40. So let's round it up, be about 40 or 50 about cuts of $300 million.
Yeah.
Where if they're equal and fair cuts.
Well, what would there be any other way?
I think
I mean, the leaders would
Scrooge
probably
and
get a larger cut.
Thorpe would take them
But there'd
more.
be cuts nonetheless. People would still be getting
About
cuts out of it.
$7 million roughly each, if it's all squared away.
That's not horrible.
It's not
This is
horrible,
good.
but it's one.
I could
It's
check
one
for
payment.
that.
That's like one. That's like one payment, and then you no longer get to work for a company anymore or make a.
Oh.
You could
Well,
probably
$7 million is set for life money, though. You can live the rest of your life with that.
depending.
And you live a modest, normal life.
There you go. You got it.
you were going to bring up a different point, Crimson, before we went to.
I was. And is it gone? Is the question.
Uh-oh.
This is why you have notes.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, but things come up during conversations, Brinks, that aren't in the notes. So. Nope, it's gone.
All right.
I
I'm
guess
sure,
my
I'm
last
sure
note
we'll
is-
think about it later.
Yeah, I guess my last note is the man choking Linda out before she stabs him with the icicle. He was in full view of watching her reach for the icicle. He could have done anything. Stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, he thought maybe I can get it. Maybe I can get her choked out before, even though it takes like 20, 30. It takes a long time to choke somebody out.
Were you about to say
Takes a few
minutes?
It takes a few minutes.
Yeah. I don't think
like
it takes 20 minutes.
4 minutes. It takes like 4 minutes.
Whatever. Okay, fine. Yeah,
And it's easier if they're on the ground too. I don't know why he's lifting her up like a cartoon character.
All I remembered was that it takes a lot longer than any movie has ever shown it to take. Is what I was getting at.
That is a fact.
But he was going through the throat, so killing blow of attacking the
The only way
esophagus rather than up on the jaw for knockout to cut out blood flow.
Yeah, which he should have done, but he wasn't doing.
Well, they were given now. Jimmy ordered like now you can kill them all.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying, like his grip was not where he wasn't trying to do that, because if he did, it would have been over much faster.
Oh, this wasn't the point I was thinking, but I do got something else.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
It wasn't worthless at all.
When everyone's like, I believe, I guess I believe, like, you guys don't believe in anything. I don't believe a word you're saying right now. This
Yeah,
better
that's
not
the
work
biggest
towards
belief of all
magic, and it
time.
helped towards the magic.
Yeah, I have it in my notes too. I'm like, all right, Jason could go on an arc. Jason's been on a bit of a journey. I'm fine with him saying it. Trudy obviously would say it. I don't think anyone else here would have.
Well, or if they would, it
Actually,
wouldn't be believable.
Yeah, everyone else can say it, but it's just unbelievable.
I mean, even Linda, she didn't say, I believe in Santa Claus. She was like, I believe he helped us today.
Yeah.
he saved her and us. So I believe in that. And like, that doesn't count. That's not believing in Santa.
Well,
I
what
mean,
is
you
believing
can
in
believe in
Santa?
you can believe in a quote unquote miracle, I suppose, the fact that he was there to help at all. But it's very vague with how it works.
I mean, the other kind of question is, did his heart ever stop? Because we don't know.
He got.
That's kind of where I leaned.
Hold on. He got stabbed 6 times by Jimmy, not mentioning the other times he got hurt in the house. And he got shot 4 times in the chest by a leader guy.
Yeah.
Pretty
I'm not
safe
saying
that he
it
died
wouldn't
there.
kill someone. I'm just asking if he did die.
He stopped breathing. Kind of an indicator.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the idea is in this case to save his life. The belief is what healed his wounds and stuff like that, and revived him.
Yeah.
Okay, gave the power to the
Oh,
magic.
that's what my question was. Has he died before?
It's
I couldn't
possible.
tell if he had or not based off the interactions here.
It's possible.
You mean the line of him saying, "I haven't felt cold in a very long time"?
That and just the way he acted coming back to life didn't seem like it was a new experience.
It's very
Didn't know if you
possible.
guys thought
He
anything
might
on
have
that.
he might have died as a Viking and came back as Santa Claus, but we don't know.
We do not
Maybe we'll
know.
find out in Violent Night 2.
Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe. It would be interesting to know that he's died before and has come back before. But I guess that's all
I
I
am
got
out of
in relation to your
yeah.
question.
I am out of points myself.
That was my last point. Other than the fight was good,
Yeah.
even though it
was a
implies
nice-
Jimmy is far better than the entire kill squad.
I mean, that was always a given.
It's still a good one-on-one.
Yeah.
And Jimmy's utilizing tools and stuff like he's got the ice boots on, and they're using like leverage against each other, which is very nice to see in hand-to-hand choreographed combat. Yeah. Sprinks, do you have any final notes?
Last final note I have is Santa said that it's still Christmas Eve, so it has not passed midnight.
Yeah, I think legit. It's been
It's been about 2 hours
at most.
from
I
the
think it's.
time
I
when
think.
they invited
I
for the
think
heist, right?
once.
It would be 2.5, 3 hours
Yeah,
top.
my idea is that once Santa Claus is in the house, everything is happening at real time at that point.
Okay. Another question is when they get to the house, sun's still up. So when in Connecticut on Christmas Eve does the sun go down? Because that can judge time in
What-
there.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Did they say in the car in the beginning what time they go to Grandma's house?
I don't
anything?
think so.
I don't think so.
But when they see Owl, the sun's still up.
Maybe it's a clock in the house. I don't know. But yeah, not more than 4 hours for sure. It can certainly still be 4 midnight, I think.
Yeah.
But I still bring up the issue that was brought up earlier with Santa having a lot of extra free time when delivering presents. I think is an issue.
Yeah.
I would think Santa would use every second of Christmas night to deliver gifts.
But would this Santa do it? He's
Well,
disheartened, remember?
As soon as he comes out of the bar, he says this might be his last Christmas.
Yeah. Well, if that's your last point, Springs, I think we can move to ratings.
Okie dokie.
Sure, sounds
all
great.
done. Yeah. Sorry. Sinister, why don't you go off on your rating first?
All right. Like I said kind of at the beginning of this, I kind of went in watching this with somewhat middling expectations. I tried not to really have much because wasn't really my expectations were pretty low because I wasn't really expecting it to be very good because I wasn't interested in it when it came out. And I just thought, okay, it's just going to be sort of a John Wick put Santa Claus and or Mall Santa is what I thought at the time, and then I found it was real Santa, which kind of bugged me, and I never really kind of went into that. But I was just like, okay, well, once they kind of have real Santa, then you have magic, then you have belief, you have all this other stuff, and I was like, just let him just be a ex mall Santa or ex cop mall Santa or something doing whatever. That's so much easier, so much less fussing or whatever. But has to be real Santa, and we have the problems to deal with because it's real Santa and all the headaches involved with that, which I steered clear of because I was like, well, if they're not going to take the time to write it in, I'm not going to take the time to to whine about it too much. But we still got to bring it up, anyways. So this was a little bit better than I expected, but like I said, it wasn't really a masterpiece or a big wow factor, but it did hold my entertainment value. It did. hold me in in entertainment. So I got to give it that at least. I would probably watch it again down the line, but who knows? Probably would not be my go-to Christmas movie. I'll say that at least. I think David Harbour did a pretty good job. He got the cynicalness across, and played it pretty close. I don't think it was too far removed from most of the roles I've seen him play, as far as Stranger Things and the like, but was at least I feel like he was not just being David Harbour or something, or wasn't just being Hopper. So I think he did a fair job. I was a big fan of Beverly D'Angelo being in it. Awesome. And John Leguizamo, classic. Glad he's been getting the big or bigger little roles and everything. Great. Everybody else was pretty okay. I liked is Jason's sister Alva. I don't know the actress's name, but I like her in a couple of things she's in, and this was pretty close to what I've seen her in, so not too disappointed on that. Everybody else was, it's okay. They just did their job. I think Trudy did a pretty good job for a child actor, but there was definitely a moment towards the end that I brought up where I was like, okay, she was kind of just in like, she's separated out. She's in a different movie, the kid-friendly version of this movie. But so yeah, overall, it's a fine film. It's got some issues. It's got some continuity problems. It's got some rule problems. I was kind of yo-yoing around, and I might still be yo-yoing by the time the recap comes around. But as of right now, I feel confident of giving this 5.
All right, Springs.
Oh, okay. Boy, let's see. I'll start with objective. I think it is fairly well done movie. It's, I guess, at as expected as I thought, being my first time watching it. I think the costuming for Santa is fine. It's nothing too outlandish. Everyone else is in fine Christmas attire. Uh, Even the caterers of Jimmy's crew, I don't think they have a name, just the heist crew. They're all decked out fine, and appropriate to what they are. I guess like Candy Cane is in the Candy Cane like outfit. Actually, she might be the only one that really matches her namesake. I mean, Bjorn isn't gingerbread-ish. I think
Frosty
Peppermint.
isn't a snowman.
No, Frosty's not a snowman. Well, I think Frosty's still in white, like a white shirt, and Peppermint
He
has red suspenders on a white shirt. So some match, some don't. I do like the fact that belief is the power to the magic. I think that really works in a lot of parts, especially with what you said, Ryder, when he's over the fire, just saying names, trying to get that to activate his magic to go through the chimney. I think the action was really good. I said it again about the music. I think the instrumental pieces are really nicely done because they're not just classic instrumental of a song. They're like renditions of songs that have little bits in it to give it like the Christmas feel, but they're original. So I like those. The lyrical part, especially the whole fighting everyone in the shed thing with "There's Something About Christmas Time" with the acoustic guitar. I believe that's the right instrument that was being used. Just didn't really fit for me. I like the whole aspect of this Santa being like a Viking. That's pretty cool. Um, I like little parts of like changing Santa's lore a bit. The change or not change, but like new approaches to Santa's lore. One of them that stood out to me was Rise of the Guardians. They made Santa Russian. That was pretty cool. So I like that. I'm excited for more because they do hint at a bunch of little things here and there, like Mrs. Claus, North Pole, his Nordic background, stuff like that. How he even became Santa in the first place. Those are things I'd like to be answered in this movie, but being that now there's a continuation of a second one, I think that's great. What else have I not touched on? The cinematography. I like that Jimmy's kind of first introduction to cinematography is a lot of Dutch angles. kind of trying to figure out like who he is and his motive, and then when we get more of like why he's doing what he's doing for the money, and then why he hates Christmas, it's more just normal horizontal shots. Then again, the really weird Dutch angle really stood out to me, and I'm 50-50 on that shot because it fits with what they're doing with the Dutch angles to that point of his character, but it's so outlandish. That's the word I was looking for, outlandish. Um, that it really just stands out, and I don't know why. I think it's just simply for him to walk into the frame of it to work, but it was a choice made. We touched on a bunch of continuity things, the magic system being here or there, coincidences being either magic or not magic. The characters, I think still, personally, I think Jason's at the bottom. He could have been better. Like with the fight at the end, he could have helped more in some way than just being thrown over hay. I think what he said to Trudy was out of line, and it could have been differently done. I know he's pressured. Um, I think the best thing about him was at the very beginning, he doesn't let the separation of him and his wife affect how he treats Trudy on Christmas Eve. Then again, it does affect her, so I don't like that about her, but to me, she was very neutral throughout the whole thing. Um, let's see. I think that's it. All the acting was good. Um, of course, as always, there's one thing I'm forgetting. Of course, lighting. Let's say lighting. Lighting looked very natural and cool. But I give it a 7.5 objectively. Uh, subjectively, I had to think on it a little. I was comparing it to other Christmas movies a bit, but I did enjoy it, and I think I would watch it again. So subjectively, I give it just a 7. It's not bad. Could be better. So
Yeah, that's fair. Crimson.
Okie dokie. So I will be starting with my subjective. As I mentioned, I saw this a year ago, a little after it came out, and I I enjoyed it. I still do. It didn't get higher or lower from then. Uh, One of the core things I remembered watching it last time was a lot of cursing, so I was paying attention to it. I didn't count it, but I'm glad I didn't misremember it being like a lot because it was a lot. Uh, that's a personal thing. Some people tolerate a lot of cursing more than others. So that would be in the subjective category for that, which is a 6.5, something I'm totally willing to watch again. Nothing I will start a tradition on watching this annually, but I'm sure I will watch it again at some point. I found Santa entertaining. The fight scenes were engaging. I liked them. I really liked the shed one, even though we pointed out several issues with that scene. I really enjoyed it nonetheless. The family members, as terrible as they are, I like them for humor purposes. Especially Bert had some funny moments. So objectively, lots of magic issues I brought up, and I think most of them persisted. We tried to work around certain ones, but overall, I think it's just a big issue that it's open ended, too much, no rules at all, opposed to a guideline. A guideline would be nice. We don't need solid rules, but something, because there were coincidences. When we brought up the ring being, is it magic, destiny, coincidence? Because there is absolutely no rules going on. It could be magic, even though there's nothing really indicating that it is. There's no chimes, no music cue, no visual effects. Up to interpretation. And I
Well, I
think
think
there's
there's
too much in this.
so I think there's an audio cue for it, but it's not nothing magically related. It's just intended
Oh,
with the visual.
the only thing I heard was like the metal dinging on the ground when it's bouncing. Right?
Well, when he sees the um,
When he
hammer, I
sees the
mean.
hammer,
Yeah, it's like a glorified thing, but I
a
don't know for sure if that's
revelation.
magic.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that Candy Cane and Gingerbread were a bit too cartoony for the vibes of the film. As we talked pretty in depth about the goofiness levels. Uh, it did get lowered a little bit for me in that regard, where I might have overplayed their goofiness, but I still think they are over goofy. The slingshot was terrible. The glue was inconsistent to itself, being how sticky it is to the shoes and to her as a whole. Gingerbread was stupid with the nail, la da 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 da, all that stuff. The kill squad, I think they do have a presence here. I don't think they need to be removed. The leader guy definitely needed more development to warrant his existence, because it makes sense to have a kill squad with this compound and how rich they are. So it'd be weird if they didn't have like a private military of some sort here. The CGI I thought worked. It wasn't cheesy bad or anything. It wasn't great, but serviceable. Nothing stood out as really ugly to me. But overall, I'm giving it a objective 6. And I also forgot to mention Jason and Linda's relationship sucking. But we talked about that in depth. That'll be it.
Fair enough. All right, I'll do my subjective first, as I normally do. I I've enjoyed this. I enjoyed this movie, having seen it now twice. I still think that it falls off in the latter third for me in just my enjoyment of it. Um, and though I still like the film. I like the idea of a grizzled Santa that's used to be a Viking, and there's a lot of conceptual things that I really like in here. I like the way that the naughty list is visualized. I like the way that his magic is visualized. I like the way how the Santa bag works. I like all the gimmicks in the first couple fights. More so the second fight, I suppose, than the first one. And I do like Crimson. I do love the fight in the shed, even if it's a little more on the clinical side. We talked about the problems with that. I still like it. Subjectively, I'm at a 7.5. Sorry, 7.5 is where I'm at subjectively. Objectively, we kind of the biggest issue for me here going into this and going out of it is still the world building, because it's clearly a softcore magic system, but there's not really any through line for me to follow. Presumably there are times where it gets inconsistency with itself. Obviously, the naughty list or even our workaround isn't perfect in the idea that the magic works on belief. That's obviously, I think, the intention, but it still doesn't work perfectly in relation to the film. So the world building relation, as it relates to the magic, is probably the hardest hitting portion of it, because the world building is pretty much isolated to this compound and the family and what their work was and what we don't know about that.
I also forgot to mention the Santa knowledge gap stuff.
Yeah, that's another issue. That also for me, that ties more into the world building, because I don't think they knew what they were doing. Because I think the Santa Claus as a character is perfectly fine. I think David Harbour does a very good job of playing a grizzled sort of done with the idea of Christmas Santa Claus at first, and I think the relationship with Trudy being the strongest, which I guess was just leading right into the characters. So, the characters I think are the best aspect of this film, even if I'm not on the side of it being tonally goofy as Crimson is with relation to Candy and Bjorn, Candy Cane and Bjorn. But I definitely do see the problem surrounding that goofiness when it comes to Bjorn's death being really stupid for being a serious character. And the slingshot scene for Trudy. That's definitely where I felt that I line up more with where Crimson and Sinister were feeling with regards to those two characters. And then I guess for the rest of the family, I don't like the family all that much, but I objectively realize that they are still fairly well characterized for their screen time and well done. There's not really much inconsistency with the side characters of Bert and Ava, because they're pretty well characterized. Same with Morgan Steele, pretty well characterized. I don't think they do anything particular out of character. I do think there's the arc for Linda and Jason kind of bats the bed towards the end, and that's kind of lends to why I think the third act or the last third of this film is just kind of starts to fall a bit flat, is because it feels unearned when Linda and Jason make up. And I'm kind of on the opposite side of Springs. I think Jason's extremely well characterized, and I think everything is in character, and I think he's well done. Even if he does some things that are questionable. I don't really. Obviously, he does something very morally questionable, which is steal money from his rich mother. But I think it's kind of shaded in the light of, she's trying to get out from under her thumb and he needs money to do that, which helps. Linda, I've talked about Linda. I think she's well characterized. I don't like her. And it really that does bleed into my subjective heavily, but for objective, from aside from falling off the arc at the end, I think she's okay. She's supposed to, which is, I guess the best I could expect from her. And with regards to Jimmy, I think he's also up there with Santa and Trudy for being extremely great characters from beginning to end. Jimmy has a bit of an arc of just wanting to perform a heist, and then eventually the final nail in the coffin being that, he wants to kill Santa Claus because he hates Christmas. He feels wronged by it, and I love all the stuff that comes up on this naughty list thing as well, which we didn't really talk about. And I guess, yeah. I said I've loved Santa Claus and Trudy a lot, but I think their dynamic is the core of the film, and their relationship as characters is what holds this thing together, despite all of its flaws. So objectively, I'm at a 6.5. And that did go down a little bit from when it was originally, which was a 7.
Okay.
What lowered it?
I think it was just the gravity of all it for me. I guess
Gravity.
it pertains. Yeah, the gravity of it was most related to the world building thing. I knew it was bad, but I think we just talking about it more kind of just helped flushed out how bad it really was. And then I think you did put a nick into the seriousness, I guess, on the tone for the characters with related to Bjorn and Candy Cane for me, which is what also helped to lower it. And I do think that it was something I've been sitting on before coming to the podcast, but I also think them failing to pay off Linda and Jason's arc is a giant missed opportunity. So it was a multitude of things. And yeah, so that is it. That's Violet Night, everybody.
We did it.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, audience. Happy holidays.
Merry holidays.
Yeah, Merry holidays.
Yes.
Shall I read us out, gentlemen? Unless anyone's got any special holiday messages or questions.
I do. Before we do, this is of course coming out before Christmas, and then we have our following second seasonal special coming out next week. However, the recap coverage of this will be in season 13 recap opposed to season 12.
It's going to be with the shorts. Because the first episode for the snake draft should be out, right?
This will not be with the shorts. This will be the following season of season 13.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yes.
You be right.
Just for any clarification when that recap comes up and why it's not in there. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, if that's all, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
Go for it. Yep.
All right. Thank you for listening, audience, whether it be at Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And if you're on YouTube or Rumble or Visual Side of Jeans enjoying our PNG tubers, thank you for listening there and watching. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. We wish you a happy holidays, and as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Moran.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Springs.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
To a bye.